Good morning. It's too early for the Californians to be chatting, huh? I'm talking to the Zoom people. I said it's too early for the Californians to be chatting. This is open Zoom social time and welcome. So anyway, happy Vasa, everybody. Calling in here from the East Coast, where it is not nearly so early. They have Dhammadharini on there, but not active. And a few different people, nobody active. Hello.
Do you want my?
So I've just been logged out because you logged on. So if you want to take over right now, I'll get myself back online.
Okay. Here we are.
Good morning, Ayasobana.
Good morning.
Hi.
So we've got a speaker. Wonderful to see you. And we've got a microphone. Excuse me, Monte, I want to see how your voice sounds from your distance going to this microphone.
Hello, Ia. Good to see you.
Oh, that's who you are. I saw the red. I'm like, who is this? Good morning. Good morning, Dante. Yay. That's awesome.
So his voice was clear and loud enough?
Clear enough. Clear enough.
Well, I can speak louder if I need.
Soft.
I often have to speak less.
It's kind of about this level. If you can hear this, it's about this level. So if you, yeah, about 5 times louder would probably be good for most people.
So where's the audio input from there? Okay.
Dante, are they feeding you? Are they taking care of you?
Oh, they're taking very good care of me.
Excellent. So if he's giving a talk, though, that's very, very soft.
So is my voice clear enough?
It's still, well, let me just double check hang on, my volume is down. I beg your pardon. Okay, let's hear everybody again.
Is my voice clear enough?
Your voice is very clear.
Okay, how about mine?
Very clear. I apologize. I forgot I turned it way down earlier.
Okay. I think we may be ready to begin.
I just want to remind you that Suvijana is here, coming in from this account.
Okay, perfect.
Yes.
Good morning, dear friends, and thank you for joining for this morning session of practice. I'm going to say a few words about our Dhamma theme, which is a theme for this morning, and also going to be our theme for the 3 months of the Rains Retreat, as well as introducing the Dhammadharini Dhamma Day celebration, which actually started this morning with a recording of our morning chanting period. We're going to have a meditation this morning, followed by a panel discussion. and then having a break Sila program, and then a wonderful, lovely recording of the Dhamma Chakkapavatana Sutta, which was one of the important events that happened on this day, 2,600 years ago. Was the first teaching of Dhamma Chakkapavatana Sutta. We will be having an afternoon program and an evening program with both the traditional Buddhist activities of inviting this Sangha to stay for the 3 months of the Rains Retreat here at this monastery and at our Aranyabodhi Hermitage, as well as those donors, those dayakas, who are making the commitment to support and help the bhikkhunis throughout this 3-month period of our residency. I want to introduce the person sitting next to me. He will be speaking later on as part of our panel. This is Bhikkhu Jayasara, who is visiting us from West Virginia. He will be living in the forest at next to the Aranyabodhi Hermitage for this Vasa. So he we were recalling this last night, he will be the 4th bhikkhu who we have been able to welcome and host to have a retreat time at our Aranyabodhi Hermitage. And this is something that's very significant and important to us to give that welcome. Now I shall speak about Chittanupassana and how it connects to the Four Noble Truths. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Buddham dhammang sanghang namasami. In the discourse on turning the wheel of Dhamma, the Buddha explains dukkha in terms that are so natural and so fundamental, even a child could understand. Birth is dukkha, aging is dukkha, sorrow, lamentation, pain, grief, and despair, not getting what we want, getting what we don't want, being separated from our friends, being forced to be with people we don't like. All of these things are dukkha. Then the explanation of the second and third noble truth takes a rather astonishing turn. It would be like a tremendous flash of insight, something creative and something that was not thought of before. That would be that this craving that comes along, where the mind is latching onto any aspect of our experience, clinging to any aspect of our experience, and thereby getting onto a course to move towards another existence, another identity. So the I is dear and delightful in this world. One when there is the I and the knowing of the I, and the craving arises, the I is where the craving settles down and where it becomes attached. That's where dukkha arises. And then the third noble truth about the cessation, the end of dukkha, is pointing to exactly the same base of experience. The I is dear and delightful in this world. But if with the experience of the I, craving does not arise, is not seeking another existence, is not becoming attached, right there at the I is where suffering ceases. So this phenomenon of the arising of suffering and the cessation of suffering is really all about, it's not about the I, it's not about the body, it's not about all the things that could be happening out in the world. Instead, it's about something that's happening in the mind, a particular mind moment where the experience and the grasping, which is a kind of intention, is arising right there in that moment. Part of our idea is to make our meditation and our practice more powerful during this coming 3 months of the Vasa. We thought of taking a determination to really notice very closely and very carefully, did craving arise in this moment? Or did craving not arise in this moment? Did suffering arise? Or did suffering not arise? Or where there was suffering before, has there been a letting go and the cessation of suffering? This is really all about being able to watch the mind and to know with a lot of accuracy and a lot of speed, to be able to recognize the states of mind, those mind states that are connected with craving and clinging, and those which are not tied up with craving and clinging. And so then the study of and the practice around citta-nupassana, mindful contemplation of the mind, is arising based on that. It could be very difficult to notice a state of mind if that's the only direction that we have. And so in the Sutta on the Four Foundations of Mindfulness, there's given a series of states of mind. So you might not be able to notice if I just asked you, how is the mind right now? It might not be possible to answer that question. But then if hatred arises, if anger arises, if greed arises, if sleepiness arises, if restlessness arises, all of these different moods are opportunities to then turn the mirror right there and inquire, how is the mind right there? So if anger arises, look in the mirror. So what is the state of mind right there when anger arose? or if something happens that maybe in the past would have been difficult and triggering or a cause of anger, a condition for anger, and you notice, something happened, but I'm not angry. Notice that, and notice how the mind is right there. So this is one of the states, one of the ways or methods, especially going through daily life in all the postures, that one can be mindful about the different states of mind. Even within sitting for formal meditation practice, one might also be able to notice the state of mind. And in this case, what's most likely to come along are the mental factors that are active and involved in sitting for meditation. So perhaps one sits for meditation and make a decision to let go of our worries about yesterday and projects for tomorrow and to be in the present moment. That's making a decision. Okay, so how is the mind just there when making a decision? It could be that one settled down in awareness of the body, whether doing a scan of the body or being aware of the sensation of the breath or some other practice or meditation technique related to mindfulness of the body. And then the mind is connecting with the sensations in the body. So then when we're doing Chitta Vipassana, say, how is the body right there? How is the mind right there? How is the mind when the mind gets the connection, gets hooked up to sensitivity to the body sensations? If one subsequently experiences any of the hindrances, again, the hindrances are something that's happening in the mind. So every time a hindrance arises, it's an opportunity to be aware of the mind, to say, how is the mind? Just in that moment when some hindrance arose, whether it was restlessness, sleepiness, or anything else. And when the factors of meditation arise, again, yet another opportunity to notice, how is the mind just there? So if one experiences a one-pointed mind in meditation where all of the mental factors are well unified around the object upon which one is directing awareness, then that one-pointed mind, that's a factor that can be noticed. This is the training that we'll be undertaking. We're going to have about approximately 45 minutes of meditation. And following that, we'll have some further discussion with some of our fellow monastics who are joining for a panel discussion. So now I'd like to invite you to join us for meditation. Please come to upright posture. Make the mind balanced and make the body balanced. So not leaning back and not leaning forward, but instead balanced. The spine is balanced. The seat or the cushion. One can feel the pressure of the weight of the body pressing on the cushion. The contact of the feet on the floor or the legs on the cushion. The torso or the spine has a gentle curve, but it's balanced the way that a tree planted in the earth is balanced. And just as the tree is reaching up to the sun, imagine a little bit of a lift at the crown of the head, which is opening up the spine. When we notice how the breath can flow very easily in and out. And then, without losing the upright posture, think of relaxing the body. Making the face soft. Letting the shoulders drop. The arms are just hanging from the shoulders. The hands resting on the lap. Letting the belly be soft. Aware of any sensations. Whatever sensation is prominent, arising to awareness, acknowledging that. With the entire body, the mind is in the middle. There can be many sensations, one after another. And if the mind is restless or scattered, one can choose a smaller focus of awareness. Could be the rise and fall of the breath. Just notice that sensation. Directing awareness there. See if the mind is able to just rest on the rise and fall of awareness in a balanced way, just as the seat is resting on the cushion. So the awareness is resting on the rise and fall of breath. Any other sensation or any other thought can just stay in the background. Just aware of the rise and fall of breath. Or if another sensation or a thought is very strong or persistent, one can drop the breath for a moment and just acknowledge that other experience. Not grasping it, not pushing away. The mind is very calm in just seeing what is arising. So one may notice another sensation or a thought. Acknowledge that. And as it becomes less prominent, coming back to the breath. Keep an eye out. Where is the mind? If the mind is drawn away from the breath to something else, or if the mind wants to go away from breath to something else, notice that with compassion, with calmness, and when you can, come back to the sensation of breathing. One can notice the quality of Vedana, of feeling, without losing track of the breath. So if the breath is pleasant, the mind is happy to stay with the breath. Notice that. If the breath is unpleasant or not wanted, and the mind keeps jumping away, wandering away from breath, notice that. So whatever Vedana arises, without letting go of the rise and fall of breath, being aware of that. And without losing connection to the breath, one can be aware of this quality of the mind. If the mind is bright, interested, pleased, calm, if the mind is determined or energetic, a stronger, pleasant feeling arises, and the mind is flooded with sensations of experience of happiness or bliss, or whatever state arises in the mind. Be aware of that. Without getting caught up in running around after the thoughts. Keeping the connection to the breath always. And seeing what is the state of mind connected to the breath. Just continuing like this. If the mind wanders, notice that and come back to breath when you can. If the mind is settled on the breath, notice that and notice the Vedana feeling and chitta state of mind when it's connected to breath. And coming towards the end of this meditation session, brighten the meditation. See where the mind is now. Refresh the awareness of the physical body. The experience of a relaxed, upright, balanced posture. The sensations of the rise and fall of breath. And how is the mind right now when connected with the rise and fall of the breath? Monday, can you reach that bell? Now is the time to emerge from meditation. You may like to stretch the body. And before we have to sit for another hour of Dhamma discussion. So stand up if you like to, and wiggle the body if you need to make it fresh. I'm seeing some of our panelists coming in. Everybody's here? Okay. So now coming back to your seat, now this is the Dhamma listening seat, having a good upright posture, paying attention in the traditional way. We keep a straight poker face and we don't let anybody know. But since we're here in America, if you understand what's being said and you make eye contact through the little screen and smile when you appreciate the Dhamma, that's also allowed. The speakers who we're going to have for this morning will be starting with Ayya Ananda Bodhi from the Aloka Vihara. She trained in the forest tradition at Amaravati for a long time, from 1992 till 2009. Then she came to the US and was one of the founders of the Aloka Vihara, which is presently in Placerville. Ayya Ananda Bodhi had her ordination in her bhikkhuni ordination in the Theravada tradition in 2010 at a very famous ceremony which happened at our Aranya Bodhi Hermitage. The next speaker in line is going to be Ayya Nyanika, who trained with Dhammadharini from 2014 to 2019 and is presently practicing at the Aloka Vihara Forest Monastery. The next speaker is going to be Ayya Suvijana, who has been associated with Dhammadharini since 2006, when she took up residency at the old vihara that they had at the time in Fremont. Ayya Suvijana also was one of those who got her full ordination at the famous Upasampada ceremony in 2010 at Aranya Bodhi. The next speaker is going to be Ayya Palignani, who practiced for a long time in Thailand. Before there was access to bhikkhuni ordination, she practiced as a 8 or 10 precept nun, holding a high discipline without being recognized as having the recognition for the bhikkhuni status, until finally she came to USA, and at that same famous ceremony, she was one of those who attained the full ordination. Venerable Palignani is presently the abbess of the Anenja Vihara in Germany. So all three of these bhikkhunis, Ananda Bodhi, Suvijana, and Palignani, can be called a Teri because they have been practicing for more than 10 years. The next speaker is someone who I've only known very little bit through seeing her on Facebook. This is Ayya Sakya Dhammadina. She is coming to us from India. She ordained with and studied the Abhidhamma with the Chattupparisa International. And unlike our other panelists, Ayya Dhammadina has not yet visited or been a resident at the Dhammadharini here in California. It would have happened except for the pandemic. And so now we are hoping that at some time in the future, we'll have the chance to have her with us. Then the last panelist in the order is Bhikkhu Jayasara, who is here with me. And as I mentioned earlier, he got his full ordination in 2014 and practiced for some time at the Bhavana Society, and then subsequently as an independent bhikkhu in West Virginia. Was your Upasampada was with Bhantaji or where?
Yes.
So had his full ordination with Bhante Gunaratana at the Bhavana Society in West Virginia. Now he has arrived a couple of days ago and will be spending his vasa as being a forest monk, camping out in a tent. We hope that there will not be any forest fires or terrible weather at our hermitage during this coming 3 months, so that he can accomplish great things in his retreat with us. Each one of the speakers is going to take one of the pairs of states of mind, one of the kinds of chitta, and they will speak for about 5 minutes. And then there will be another open period of about 5 minutes in which one of the time for questions, whether from the participants in the Zoom call or from any of the panelists. So after you hear the talk, when there's a time for a question or comment, if you want to speak, if you could find the button that lets you raise your hand, and then our tech support will let you in to make a comment. We're moving very quickly to cover a lot of ground in a very short period of time. So I'm looking forward to learning how to cultivate Chittanupassana. I'm going to call on Aya Ananda Bodhi Terry to speak about the lustful mind or mind free from lust.
Thank you. Thank you, Ian. So we're looking at the third foundation of the Satipatthana, and the first part, the mind, knowing the mind with lust to be a mind with lust, and to knowing the mind without lust to being a mind without lust, or passion, you could also use that word. And in the context of the Satipatthana, the important part is the knowing. So to know what is going on in the mind and to be aware of what is present in the mind. And of course, these two states are quite opposite. You know, the mind with lust is contracted and is caught up in conditions that keep us caught, and the mind without lust is freed and spacious and open. So they are very different states, but the direction or the instruction in the Satipatthana is just to simply know them. And I wanted to read a little piece from the Samyutta Nikaya, which also points to this. So this is from the Salayatana Varga, Salayatana Samyutta, and it's the Upavana Sutta. And here, the Venerable Upavana is having a conversation with the Buddha, and he's saying, in what way is the Dhamma directly visible, immediately inviting one to come and see, applicable to be personally experienced by the wise? And then the Buddha replies, having seen a form with the eye, one experiences a bhikkhu, but we can say all practitioners, one experiences the form as well as lust for the form. One understands that lust for forms exists internally in this way. There is in me lust for forms internally. Since that is so, the Dhamma is directly visible, immediate, inviting one to come and see, applicable, to be personally experienced by the wise. And then it goes on to go through all of the 6 sense bases, the same formula. And then further, having heard a sound with the ear and so on, and then but here, having seen a form with the eye, one experiences the form without experiencing lust for the form. They understand that lust for forms does not exist internally. Thus, there is in me no lust for forms internally. Since that is so, the Dhamma is directly visible, immediate, inviting one to come and see, applicable to be personally experienced by the wise. So this is an interesting teaching that is pointing to the power of knowing what is present in the mind. And that when one brings attention and clear understanding to what is present in the mind, the very act of that is aligned with the Dhamma. The Dhamma is then present here and now. So this is a very beautiful and I feel liberating and compassionate presentation of the path, because I think often for practitioners, there's this idea that you should be already like an arahant. You should already have a mind that's free from lust. And when lust arises in the mind, there can be either a blaming of the external, of like that somebody or something has done this terrible thing to cause lust to arise in oneself. There can be that reaction of blaming, or there can be a self-blaming of, oh, I should be better than this by now. I shouldn't feel this, and I'm so bad. So the Buddha is like cutting through all of that, and he's saying, know what the mind is experiencing right now. Know it for what it is, and not with the added on grasping or pushing away. So I think this is a very important aspect of the Satipatthana, that it's pointing to knowing the mind, and that we take responsibility for what's going on here in our own heart and mind. And of course, when one recognizes the mind with lust, then one has to be very careful. One has to guard the mind and also guard the sense doors. If you see something that arouses lust in your mind, look down, look away, don't keep looking, because we're not wanting to stir up lots of lust. This is not supportive to the path. But if lust has been aroused, in whether it's very strong sexual desire, or whether it's just like being attracted to a cake, or whatever it might be, or anything that arises that brings up that wanting, the important thing is to know it, to have one's attention here in the heart mind, and to know what's going on and to take care around that. And whether that is to keep away from the thing that's arousing the desire, or to just be able to stay with the knowing. And this, and in the Satipatthana, it's pointing to both internally and externally. So as we get to know within our own heart and mind how lust arises, what it looks like, what it feels like, the way it maybe affects the face and the body, then we also recognize that in others. So then we can also be careful, if we're with somebody else who has a lot of lust arising, we can either guide them, or if not possible, then keep different company, so as to keep going in the right direction. And of course, lustful mind is connected with pleasant feeling. So when we experience pleasant feeling, there is the underlying tendency to lust. So we need to be aware of, pleasant feeling arises, not that we shouldn't experience pleasant feeling, but pleasant feeling arises, and then, okay, what's happening with that? Can we just be with it in the moment and let it go? Or is there a grasping and a stirring up? So, so it's knowing the state of mind, taking responsibility for that state, taking care around it, and recognizing that the mind without lust is free and beautiful, and the mind with lust is contracted and turbulent. And when we really see that, then there's a natural inclination to tame the mind and guide it in the right direction. So
Thank you, A. I have to take a second to correct my introduction. Ananda Bodhi was ordained at a truly impressive ceremony at Spirit Rock in 2012. I know she was there.
2011.
Say?
2011 it was.
2011. Thank you.
Yes.
She was with us in 2010, attending the other ordination, and she was ordained in 2011 at Spirit Rock. I think there may be time for one comment from any of the panelists or participants, if anybody would like to comment or question about Aya Ananda Bodhi's remarks about the mind with lust or free from lust.
And if it's in the chat, would you mind reading it out, Aya? Because I can't see it from here.
Yes.
It's too small.
I'm going to comment that you've pointed out, and it can be emphasized more, that the mind which is free from lust is the mind which is free. And so that experience of freedom and what is the characteristic of the mind when the mind is free, I think is something that's both wonderful to experience and very valuable to notice that clearly and to know it clearly, how the mind is when it's free.
Yes, thank you. And I think that's really relevant in moments, you know, not to wait for the big freedom, but any moment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm going to move along now and invite Aya Nyanika to speak about the mind with hatred or the mind free from hatred.
And I would like to use maybe a slightly lesser word of ill will. Also, I've seen it translated as anger. And I'm going to focus on the mind with it, because that's, as Ayasobna said much earlier, that's often what we see. That's often what we're like able to first be aware of is when something strong is filling the mind. But I want to caution that our practice is not just with those strong moments, but particularly when we're on the cushion, to just see the least agitation that's a pushing away, that there's some sort of ill will, some sort of hatred, or I would even say violence towards the moment we're in. But I'll talk about the grosser things, because often we'll start with seeing in a grosser experience and then let us get more and more subtle as we practice. So I'm going to give a couple of anecdotes. The first is, and they're both on me, so you know they could be a bit embarrassing, but this is the nature of human existence. And one of them was, I had been in a relationship of 10 years, and in the process of splitting things up and whatnot, I got extremely angry. So this is the grosser end of things. And this is, for my personality, this is not a go-to thing. It's not an emotion that I spend a lot of time with. And I had awareness as this anger rose in my body, and I could feel the heat, and I could feel the tension, and I could feel the pushing, like, this is not right. This is not okay. You can't treat me like this. You know, the thinking was there, but the thinking was very fast and hot. And it was a bad enough anger, rage, that I could actually feel my fist, you know, forming, and that wish to actually harm another person. I had a restraint. I could see what was happening. I would say for all of us, when we're in those situations, Make sure you've got your restraint on board. You make sure that you're not just aware of the capacity and the action. Stop yourself. So our practice is not always just to watch. Sometimes our practice is to take measures to protect our sila. So there's that, but and it was shocking to me. It was absolutely shocking that I could feel that I had this capacity to wish harm and even wish to enact the harm on another human being. And I stopped myself. I could feel the heat. I could feel it unwinding. And I left the premises. And then I just shook. So when you have these experiences, don't push them away. Use them as that moment of teaching, because you'll have fewer of them. You'll have fewer of them when you get intimate with it, when it's happening, when it's the awful heat is in your system. And when you're intimate with it, and you know what it does to your internal environment, and you can see in the eyes of the other people or the energy of your space what your impact is, you won't go there. You'll have learned. And I think that that's what this seeing the mind with ill will or anger or hatred is a teaching. And we can get to when we're experiencing it without. And the other one came earlier in my life when I was a child, and my sister was on a nicer bicycle than mine, and she was also braver than I was. And we were going down a hill, and she swooped from behind and passed me and did the little na kind of thing. And in my mind, I thought, I hope you fall. And even as I said it in my own self, there was an ickiness about it, an ickiness of wishing something like that. But it got worse and more of a teaching moment for me, because she did fall. And she scraped herself up a little bit. But that shame that washed over me, that hiriotapa, that, my thoughts are like this. And, I'm not saying that my thought was the consequence. She was being reckless. She was showing off. But the mind can be powerful too. And it really matters, at least for my own psyche and my relationship with my sister, how I was showing up. And as soon as we got home, my mom tended to whatever the scrape was. But then I told her guiltily, this is what I was thinking. And she says, yeah, now you see the power of the mind. And she wasn't necessarily talking that I was a causation for the accident, but she said she could see how upset I was that I had been thinking that. And if we bring these tools together to actually be aware of what's going on, we can start to unwind them. I'm not sure, do I have another couple minutes?
Yes, you can. Go
Okay. I just want to invite us, I can't see everyone except the panel. If you make a fist, and if you make a fist and you feel that fist, and I'm not saying that you need to even put any kind of emotion behind it here, but this is often a fist that would be associated with, an ill will type of thing. And now if you take your other hand and your response to it is stop, and you try to pry it open. Now, my fist isn't going anywhere. But now put your awareness in the other hand. So keep the fist, but put your awareness in the other hand. And then take the other hand and support the fist in the direction it's going. And I wonder if you can notice the sensations now in the fist. And normally when doing this type of thing, I would ask you to share back. But what I'm experiencing is that the fist naturally begins to soften. I've brought awareness to it. I can feel what the sensation of fist is like. And the fist no longer needs to be in such a rigid state. So this awareness actually will help us soften, because we can see what the nature of our mind is. And that will start to lead us toward that soft, bright aspect of what the mind is without ill will. Thank you.
Using the moderator's privilege, I know that you've had an experience where you could have been angry, but something has changed and you don't need anger anymore. I don't know if you can say anything to that, like what is it with the mind when the mind has an opportunity for anger and just doesn't need to pick it up?
Doesn't need to pick it up. I think that's actually it, is that there is an awareness. You've had the taste of what anger does. And the other thing is, the background to that kind of incident is the practice of compassion. So what you've built up in your system is a response of compassion. You have awareness of where anger leads. And it's like the sutta where it says the drop of water hits the pan and it just goes, psh. It's not in me. It's not that it didn't have that contact moment, but it didn't stay, it didn't stick. And then the experience is like, it is that freedom, where I was feeling about that hot, it's actually cool. The experience in the body is cool. Experience in the mind is cool and joyful. So, and I think other panelists may be able to speak more further along on that.
Thank you. And now I'm going to turn to Siddhijana Terry and invite her to speak about the mind associated with delusion or devoid of delusion. You're muted. There you are.
There we are. This is one of the things with this particular mental state, with the mind with delusion. Sometimes it's helpful to have someone else point it out, because how do we know our own delusion? This is like, it's of the three fires, or the three unwholesome roots. This delusion is a more difficult one to see in ourselves, particularly. And what's beautiful about this particular practice is that it's the knowing. What our practice is to know what is arising in the mind. So I did a little bit of research when I was invited to do this, and I listened to a talk by Sayalai Susila, and I read some things by Bhante Gunaratana, and both of them were talking about the delusion of self. And somewhere else I read the delusion of permanence, satisfaction and sensory things, and the confusion or delusion of self and what is not self, these three things. But particularly the delusion of self was talked about by these two teachers. And so we might see anger arising, for instance, but what is below that? Someone has offended me or has taken from me what is mine. And so all the self-identification is kind of underlying all of that stuff. Well, when we're aware and the layers start peeling away, the more we're aware, the more we start seeing this delusion, or maybe we see our craving and we see how the mind is, set on, this is what's going to really make things good for me. This is what's really going to make me happy. So we can see that attitude of mind going in that direction, and then we go, oh, this is really delusion. There's nothing permanent, and nothing that's going to permanently bring me happiness. And so just being aware of that tendency of mine, bringing awareness to the three characteristics is starting to develop actually wisdom. But first we have to see the gross, and then as Aya Nyanika was talking about, first you start out with the real gross, a more apparent delusion that we might be seeing arise in ourselves. Like I should know better than that, you might say to yourself, but instead we just go, oh, I can see that still arising in me. I can see that identification with this body arising with me. I can see, whatever it is that is arising, just bringing that awareness, the observation of it without judging ourselves. Certainly, yeah, we don't just jump on the train and go off into la la land with so bringing the awareness to the delusion helps it fade away. It helps untangle that snarl we're in with it. And that brings us to there's like the moha or the samoha. I have the Pali here, just a second. It says samoha wa chitam sam moham chitam pajanati. So it's a knowing or understanding of the samoha, and sa is with, and moha is usually translated as delusion or confusion. And I think there may be some sense of confusion when we're starting to hear about things like non-self. Oh, this is actually quite confusing. Initially, especially, so people might get confused. But just even putting the awareness of that feeling of confusion, being aware that these misperceptions are delusion. And the second part is vita moham, wa chitam, vita moham chitanti pajanati. So this is knowing the mind that's free. Vita is sometimes translated as without, and but it's also translated as freedom from. So I think Ayananda Bodhi was talking about freedom from lust, and that feeling of freedom from hatred. Just can imagine the mind's totally free from these states. And it isn't until arahantship that we're totally free from all three. But we can get tastes, like we can have moments when we have moments of clarity, when we actually see how we're tricking ourselves, or we can see the self-deception we're engaging in. And then that starts to fade away, and there's that freedom from that. If we're able to let go of that, whatever it is that we're entangled in, you're seeing it unravel over time. So we may have moments of freedom from delusion, and moments of stillness and clarity of mind. And then that's very encouraging. Don't get discouraged if we say, oh, there it is. Whoops, there it is again. There it is arising again. So the point is to know or to understand. And this is what the exercise is about, is seeing, knowing, understanding all three of these unwholesome roots, and how they actually are intertwined. And the ignorance is certainly supporting the other two, the greed and the hatred, or the lust and the aversion, or whatever nuance it is. The word moha is synonymous with avijja, and the Buddha had once said that, or maybe he's more than once said that he wasn't able to discern the beginning of ignorance. That was not discernible, but it is possible to discern the ending of ignorance. So let us all aspire for the complete ending of ignorance.
Thank you, IA. Again, I'm going to use my privilege, but if somebody wants to jump in with a comment, you have to raise your hand or put your hands up in Anjali so that I can see you. But I would reply to your remarks that it's obvious that anger and lust sometimes seems to capture us. And then until we find out that we're able to put it down, we're able to let it go. But with delusion, can you see that sometimes the person can persist in being deluded because they like to be deluded? They want delusion until they realize that it's possible and desirable to put down delusion and to face the truth. So that's my, yeah.
Yeah.
So, go
I'm
ahead.
sorry. I said, I guess I could talk more, but I knew that there was a limited time.
Right.
And I really appreciate your comment about that, because I think that is why it's so hard to see, because we are comfortable in our sense of self, or tricking ourselves to think that, if I just got that promotion, or if I just bought that new house, or whatever it is, I'll be happy for the rest of my life. So kind of delusion like that is very comfortable.
Right. We are staying exactly on our timeline, which is wonderful. And that means that we may have a few minutes at the very end for a more open conversation. Next, I will invite Aya Palignani Terry to speak about the sluggish mind or the scattered mind.
Yes, hello everybody, greetings from Germany. The sluggish mind and the scattered mind are seemingly opposites, and but they're very closely related, and I feel very not privileged, but how's the word again? I feel that I can talk about these because I always experience them. And still, after 40 years or somewhat more even of meditation and some years of being a nun, I still have to deal with these. So, of course, I can say something. Yes, they are happening in the mind. They're also happening in our hearts. It's a chitta. Aya Ananda Bodhi said it in the mind. These are mind states, chittanupassana. And I remember a time when I really wanted to overcome all this and try to do some very intense and very, very strong chittanupassana. And this is why, just to say, when I did it, I did it so intense that I stumbled and fell over my feet or ran into doors, or because my mind was so focused on that one thing. And here comes the middle way into the play. you know, sluggishness on the one hand, and on the other hand, we have restlessness and scatteredness of the mind. And it is always kind of, we have to deal to keep the mind in a balanced focus between these two. And we remember that these two are also nivaranas, hindrances. So the sluggish mind is a mind with the hindrance of sloth and torpor, tainted by the hindrances of sloth and torpor. And the scattered mind is a mind tainted by the hindrances of I have forgotten all these words, restlessness and worry. And the Buddha said in some suttas, more than one. One is Samyutta Nikaya 46, number 55. There he explained that the mind with sloth and torpor is like a bowl of water covered with some moss and grass and so it can't be free, it can't be clear. And the mind that is restless or is like a wind churned, it's rough. So we can't use these states of mind, these chittas, to become enlightened. They are not usable for that. So we have to train our minds in what the others already said, in mindfulness. We have to train ourselves to be aware what is happening, what is going on in our minds, almost or best in every single moment. When we can do that, all these things like lust, anger, moha, and sluggishness and restlessness, all these cannot go unnoticed. So when we try to be aware every single moment, we have the possibility to catch it and see what is going on. And therefore, we need this balance between restlessness and sluggishness, or to just go the middle way, if you want so. And there is another sutta where the Buddha talks about the sluggish mind and how we can attend to it untimely. That is in the Sutta Samyutta Nikaya 46, number 53. It's called fire in English. And when we attend to the sluggish mind untimely, then we cannot become enlightened, and we should not then, to become enlightened, to enable our mind to enlightenment, we should not have practice the factor of tranquility, or the enlightenment factor of concentration, or we should not practice the enlightenment factor of equanimity. So sometimes we sit there and are tired and think, oh, I need to do something. And okay, I will practice equanimity. And then we start snoring soon after. That happened to me a lot. So we need to take other measurements. We need to practice differently. And the Buddha is mentioning how to attend to the sluggish mind timely. And he says, it is timely to develop the enlightenment factor of discrimination of states. So if we do the enlightenment factor of discrimination of states, or the enlightenment factor of energy, or the enlightenment factor of rapture, then we can have a go for enlightenment. Well, there are still other things to deal with, all the other things, but I think these sloth and torpor, or sluggish mind, or a restless mind, are potentially very, very harmful to our practice. Because when we are not aware of them arising, all the other things can become worse. When I'm not aware that my mind is sluggish, then I just lay down and sleep and lazy and think, oh, well, I can do this or I can do that first. And then all the others, all the other defilements, all the other kilesa have a free way to capture our attention. So when we try to not to be sluggish, when we try to really put some effort and to really look at the Dhammas and to investigate them, then all the others also cannot come into our citta so easily. So there it is related, very much related to the Sammavayama also. So there's only one side. We need to practice really awareness. We need to put in energy. And then we can really overcome our
I hear that Aya Palignani has a signal freezing up a little bit now. Maybe the weather in Germany knew, or the internet in Germany knew that time was passing by. I want to comment that Aya Palignani's disciple, Samaneri Anuvidita, is on her way right now on an airplane coming to Dhammadharini, where she will be spending the Vasa with us and hopefully obtaining a bhikkhuni ordination at Dhammadharini this September. So we see then the beautiful way in which our relationships get knitted together and sustained in a community, even at a long distance. With this, I'm going to turn to
we are back.
Oh, you're back, okay.
Yes. So I just briefly want to close what I wanted to say about the untimely development or the untimely practice when it comes to scattered mind.
Thank you.
That is in the same sutta, mentioned in the same sutta. We remember 46, Samyutta Nikaya 46, 53. So untimely when it comes to scattered mind is to practice the enlightenment factor of discrimination of states. Because if we try to see every single detail, we become more distracted even, and the mind becomes more scattered. Also, we shouldn't put in too much energy. We shouldn't put in too much energy because it gives us too much disturbance. And then we should not practice the enlightenment factor of rapture, unfortunately. Well,
So I think we're going to go on now. Please look at this sutta. That's a very useful and practical way of approaching and finding the opportunity to develop our meditation by being wise about these factors and I won't say the opposite factors, but the remedial factors to develop depending on what our state of mind is. Now I'm going to call on Aya Sakya Dhammadina from India and ask you to please speak to us for 5 minutes. You can about the surpassable mind or the unsurpassable mind. So there's 10 minutes total, supposed to be 5 minutes for your talk and 5 minutes for discussion, but you can go a little bit past 5 if you need to.
Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. I pay homage to all the venerable Sangha here, present here. And this is my first time I'm joining Dhammadharini, and thank you for inviting me. I'm glad to join this. Today my topic is surpassable mind and unsurpassable mind, as I belong to the Buddha Chatuparisa Foundation and we study Abhidhamma. And when we study Abhidhamma, we study about Chitta also. And when we recite Chitta, we come to know that surpassable mind, or in Pali, we can say that it is Kama Vachara Chitta, Kama Vachara. Kama Vachara Chitta has both Kusala and Akusala, wholesome and unwholesome. We can translate in English like that. So when we talk about the wholesome and unwholesome, only the Kama Vachara has unwholesome, and there are only 12 unwholesome Chitta when we count that in 121. So when I realized that in 121 Chittas, we have Jhana Chitta, that is unsurpassable, the mind that is Rupa Vachara and Arupa Vachara. That is unsurpassable, but we have only 12 Akusala Chitta in Kama Vachara, insurpassable. I think I'm a bit getting confused, but let me make it more clear that in Kama Vachara Chitta, we have only 12 Akusala, 12 unwholesome. But others are Kusala and Vipaka, results and wholesome deeds, and also Jhana Chitta. So when we realize that we have only 12 Akusala, but that can overcome our Kusala. So many Jhana Chittas are there, so many Kusala Chittas are there, Mahakusala Chittas are there, but only 12 Akusala, sometimes they overcome the Kusala. And in 12 unwholesome or Akusala Chitta, we have 8 Lobha, greed, and Dosa, that can be translated as hatred or ill will, and Moha, that is delusion. So when we talk about the greed, it gives us pleasure. When we fulfill our greed, it gives us pleasure. It is like so manasa. But we don't know that if we fulfill our desire, it can be a cause to our dukkha. We don't know at that time. But that desire, when get fulfilled, and that thing when goes away from us, that goes far away from us, then we realize that everything is impermanent. Everything is impermanent, and whatever the desires we are fulfilling, is not gonna stay with us for long. If someone has a strong desire to get everything in the world, to have a good house, to have a good family, everything, but if he thinks that everything is impermanent, whatever I am desiring now can go far away from me, and whenever it will go far away from me, I will have dukkha, only dukkha. So we should know, the Buddha has taught us about the impermanence. And if we know impermanence, that we can cut down our lobha, we can understand what our lobha is, and how it can cause dukkha. And for dosa, because I myself, my personal experiences before taking ordination, I was a person who could easily get angry, very like short tempered. But now I could control myself when I learned chitta, and when I learned about the dosa chitta, and it comes from within. Like when we don't like anything, we get angry, very short, like short tempered. So when we understand these situations with us, whatever happening inside, if it comes outside with the speech, and Buddha has told us that there are 4 types of speech that is unwholesome, that is musavada, telling lie, and that is parusavacha. Parusavacha is like telling harsh words or abusing someone. And Pisunavacha is like talking unnecessary things about someone, is Pisunavacha. And last one is Sampapalapa, that is unnecessary things about everything that we talk about, like ignorance. Because of ignorance, we talk a lot about not necessary things. So there are 4 types of vacha or speech that we should not talk. And when we talk about this, we come to know that we are talking about our dosa. We come to know. So we should not talk these 4 things: musavada, pisunavacha, parusavacha, and sampapalapa. I'm using Pali words here. Maybe I'm not so good in English, so I'm using Pali words here. I think everyone can understand. The Sangha can understand. So if we don't talk these 4 types of words, then it means we don't have dosa. We are trying to cut down our dosa. We are trying to eradicate our dosa. And when it comes to moha, there are 2 types of moha. When we study about chitta, there comes 2 types of moha. One is vichikicha. Vichikicha is like doubting about the Buddha, about Dhamma, about Sangha, about the Paticca Samuppada. So we should not do that. If we listen Dhamma more and more, we accumulate more and more kusala, then we can eradicate our vichikicha as well. And the last one is udhacha. Udhacha is restlessness. I was a person who was always restless before taking ordination, and even after I took ordination, my chitta was like always, oh, I have to do this, I have to do this, I have to do this. But now I'm calm down. If I don't do many things, then nothing matters, no? If I don't know everything, if I don't do everything, it doesn't matter. So these are 12 type of kusala: lobha, dosa, and moha. Greed, hatred, and delusion. If we think that everything is impermanent, we can eradicate our lobha. If we think that whatever we are doing is not samyak vacha, sama vacha, then we can eradicate our dosa. And if we calm down ourselves, if we listen more and more Dhamma, then we can eradicate our moha. And when we try to eradicate our greed, hatred, and delusion, then it comes to the kusala. That is kama vachara kusala, that is unsurpassable kusala, wholesome deeds. But then we have to upgrade our chitta by continuing accumulating Dhamma, by continuing listening Dhamma. We have to accumulate more and more kusala so that we can upgrade our chitta from kama vachara to rupa vachara, to jhana chitta. And when it comes to jhana chitta, there are 5 types of jhana, as Buddha told in Rupa Vachara: vitaka, vichara, piti, sukha, ekakata. To get the vitaka jhana, we need to eradicate our laziness. We need to eradicate our thina mitha. And to upgrade our chitta to second jhana, to vichara, we need to eradicate our vichikicha. We need to eradicate our doubts. And to upgrade to third jhana, piti piti, that is joy, and we need to eradicate our bhyapada, that is a type of dukha. We need to eradicate that sadness in our mind, and to upgrade to fourth jhana, that is sukha. Sukha, we need to eradicate our udhacha, restlessness. And last is ekagata. At ekagata, we need to eradicate our sexual desires. We need to eradicate our lust. So these are the 5 type of jhana that we have to upgrade step by step. That cannot happen at once. First, we have to eradicate akusala and then go to kama vachara kusala, and then upgrade to rupa vachara jhana, and then upgrade to arupa vachara. It's a long process, and it takes us so much long time. But I think we need to practice continuously to upgrade our chitta step by step, from akusala to kama vachara kusala, and then to rupa vachara jhana chitta kusala, and then to arupa vachara, so that we can attain the arhata magga. We can attain the last stage to get nibbana. So this is my I'm trying, we are in kama vajra right now, as a manusa, as a human being. We are in a kama vajra, and we are trying to eradicate our akusala first. So eradicate, in order to eradicate our akusala, for lobha, dosa and moha, for greed, hatred and delusion. For greed, I use impermanence, as the Buddha taught. And for dosa, I use my personal experience to control how to control it. And for moha, I use the listening more and more Dhamma. And I think my experience can help everybody. I think I'm the youngest one here, and I would like to apologize also if I made a mistake. And that's all for today. I have more to say, but I think we don't have much time. So I pay my homage to Venerable Sangha. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu.
Dhammadhini, some of the Western Vipassana movement does not emphasize the Abhidhamma approach. And I appreciate that in your talk, you have showed us how the Abhidhamma approach can be very practical, so practical and helpful to actually give us the methods to really get somewhere with our practice. So we may have to have some further conversations with Dhammadharini during the rest of this Vasa, so that you can review in a more developed way the things that you've outlined briefly here. So thank you very much.
Sadhu. Sadhu.
Now I'm going to, for the last speaker of today's panel, I'm inviting Bhikkhu Jayasara to speak about the released mind or the unreleased mind.
Greetings, Venerable Bhikkhuni Sangha and friends. I'm going to try to speak loudly so that I can be heard. But I wanted to speak with you today about perhaps the most beautiful, wonderful Pali word in all of the suttas, vimutti. Okay? Vimutti means liberation, freedom, release. Okay? And another word, which I'm going to talk about towards the end, ceto vimutti. Ceto vimutti we see as a release of mind. Right? So these are very beautiful words. What does this release mean? Right? So now we have on the transcendent end, we have the ultimate release. Right? We have when a being becomes fully awakened, when they have been released from greed, hatred, and delusion, right? They know, right? Pajanati, very important word. This word doesn't mean like, I know that the sun will come up tomorrow, or that the sky is blue, or that 2 + 2 = 4. Now this means that you know very deeply, experientially, that this is the case, right? And so when an awakened being knows that they are awakened, right? They have, they pronounce the victory cry of the Arahants. Kina jati, birth is ended. Vusatam brahmacharyam, the holy life has been lived. Hitam karaniyam, what done is what is to be done. And then, I'm sorry, I just blanked out. Na parang itatayati pajanati. This means there's nothing further for this world, right? So this is something that an awakened being knows. They know they are free. They know the mind is free. And now to talk about the rest of us unawakened beings, we talk about how we experience vimutti, right? This word here, ceto vimutti, release of mind. When you observe your mind, when you are practicing satipatthana and you observe your mind and you understand, right? As the Venerable Ayas have said before, I understand I have this such a mind. I understand I have that such a mind, right? You realize, you practice and you know your mind so well that you see, the Buddha says, right? Things arise, they persist for a time, and then they cease. The Buddha says that cessation is bliss, right? And when you start to actually really see vimutti, you actually, oh, this is wonderful. Oh, this is beautiful, right? You have a mind, right? So your mind is going back and forth between attachment and aversion, like and dislike, greed and hatred. But then you experience the mind where all of that is settled, an equanimous, peaceful mind, free from all of that. It's like, oh, I really like this. This is the kind of mind that I want to develop more and more, right? And so you understand, right? When you have greed and anger arise, as an example, you want to develop metta ceto vimutti, right? Release of mind through metta. What are we releasing? We're releasing the anger and the hatred and the ill will, right? And so this is a training, right? When something arises, we have to know it very well. We have to know it's there. If we don't know it's there very mindfully, then we can't do anything about it. But when we know it arises, and then we've trained over time, the Buddha gives us even tips on how to deal with, say, a sloth and torpor or angry mind, right? We know the method to apply, and we see what works and what doesn't, and then we see that it ceases, right? So we have to be very mindful, very aware of how these mind states rise and cease. And you can experience vimutti 10, 15, even 20 times a day, right? As the mind throughout the whole day is going up and down, up and down, up and down, right? Things are arising. Anger is arising. Lust is arising, right? Monkey mind is arising. All kinds of things are arising. And we can see that many of them cease on their own. You become free from them. And many of them you have to practice for that release. Right? And as you do this, you have such a enjoyment of that release, such a gratitude of that release, and you want to practice more and more and more. I think I'll end with an anecdote of my own. I can remember some years ago, maybe about 4 or 5 years ago, and I was at Bhavana, and I was having trouble with another monk, and I felt that he wronged me and things. And it was at lunch, and I can remember at the beginning when we sat down to to do our chanting before lunch, I could feel just anger, righteous anger. It's like, oh, I can't believe he did that to me. Did it? All this stuff going in my mind, right? And then I started to apply metta, and I started to apply various techniques that I learned about myself. Like if my mind gets all high and mighty, I point out the opposite. It's like, you're really this all high and mighty, right? And then I started to see, it's going away. And then it was done. Because these mind states can be so oppressive, right? So horrible. And then when you're free from them, so peaceful and so beautiful. So friends, when we practice, this is what we're practicing for: release, to abandon and to release ourselves from the unskillful mind states and to develop good, skillful mind states. I think that's it.
Thank you, Bhante. I would like to now sincerely invite for another 2 minutes, if anybody would like to relieve me of moderating and come up with an inspiring closing comment or a closing thought for this session. Perhaps one of the panelists who spoke before has been listening carefully and has a closing idea. Ananda Bodhi.
I am the Annika, actually.
Well, actually, Utejaniya. We just finished this section. It's a book that we've been reading, A Guide to Cultivating Mindfulness in Everyday Life. So it seemed applicable. And this was the last paragraph from what we read a couple days ago. My teacher introduced me to this concept, and this is the concept of being with, just being with the experience. I'm going to back up just a bit. His mind is saying, this is not a good experience. This is not how the mind should be. This is an unhealthy experience. It should be different. Rather than thinking of the experience in any way at all, we want to recognize that we are practicing and practice is happening because we are aware and we know we are aware. Practice is being done well. So please just be mindful of the activity. Anything more, and we create a condition.
Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. We are so grateful for your patient listening and your participation in this session. And we will now bring this one to a close. And we'll see you in a few minutes at the next session. Oh, I see. There's an open Zoom time. This is for chatting and greeting and saying hello to one another. So I'll let you go. I'm going to leave this meeting and turn it over to Navaskachayana.
I guess we don't want to leave her in the stay and listen.
Do you?
No, not if it's just chat. No.
Okay.
What's Navaskachayana doing? She's there facilitating.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's such a beautiful picture.
Hello. Greetings to all. This is just a time for us to say hello, have some informal conversation. While Ayasopana is moving outside for the next stage of our program, which is the 5 precepts. We have some in-person visitors who will be taking 5 precepts shortly, and they're going to go set up for that. But I just wanted to say hellos to everyone here and have some time for that. Especially wanted to say hello to Ayasu Vijana and Ayasu Dhamma. It's good to see both of you. You. Oh, you're muted.
Yes, it's good to see you. It's good to see the Dhammadharini, the altar, and then is it Kovalo? Is that the Bhikkhu's name? What's his name?
Oh, Bhante Jayasara.
I'm sorry, I got them confused. See, this is the confused mind. Anyway, so yes, very good to see you. Good to see everyone. I hope everyone is well. Go ahead.
I was really impressed with the teachings today. A lot to think about and work with, and I was very pleased with our venerable sisters. That was awesome. Thank you.
Yes, thank you both for joining. Good.
And
Bhante too.
Yeah.
Venerable Jayasara. Not meaning to leave him out. He was an honorary sister in that sentence.
I'd appreciate that, actually.
And it was nice meeting Aya Dhammadina.
Yes. Hello.
Thank you.
Wonderful to meet you.
Sadhu. Nice to meet you, Aya too.
Yeah, and I have to echo what Ayasobana was saying about the angle that you brought in from Abhidhamma as being so useful. You know, some of our teachers have really put down Abhidhamma to where we had no interest. So, state teachings like that
Actually, I'm
arouse
studying
our.
Abhidhamma. Yeah, studying Abhidhamma with that high group.
Yeah, to see it used in a, pragmatic or practical or applied to our practice instead of it just kind of memorizing lists or something, that there's a application for it. It's really, so thank you so much to show that application.
Thank you, Ailey. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu.
Also, I was so impressed that everybody clearly had thought through their topics so well as to present everything clearly and, efficiently and quickly. Just it was like kind of like Dhamma intensity there. It's really worth going over these again and again. I'm glad it's recorded.
So
Also awesome to see Aya Palaniani. She's so far away. And lovely to see her.
Yes, it's been great. She's been joining so frequently, and we're really happy to have this growing connection with them. And as Ayasobana mentioned, Samaneri Anuvidita from Ananja Vihara is on her way here shortly. She'll be arriving on Monday. And so we wish she could be here today to join with us also, but just because of visas, that wasn't possible. But soon she will be with us for the Vasa. And yeah, we're very happy about that. In addition to Aya Brahmavara will also be with us, arriving Monday. So we don't quite have our Vasa crew together yet, but we're getting there.
So we have overseas, people are allowed from overseas, but not from like Canada. It seems like it's very strange.
Complicated. Samaneri Anuvidita had to go to Costa Rica for 2 weeks before she could come, because she can't come straight from Germany. She has family there.
Wow, Costa Rica.
Yeah.
Wow, that's interesting.
Yes, we hope she might be able to share some Dhamma in Spanish with us. She has that ability.
Yeah.
Yes, so good to see you both. Good to see other friends here. Ananea, hello. Nathan, Shupangi. Let's see. We have Regina. Sue, I don't know. Cameron is our new visitor here who's helping out with tech support and doing an excellent job with that. So I think Cameron's outside setting things up right now, but hello to Cameron. Would anyone else like to unmute themselves and say hello, ask a question, anything at all? This is just our open time for community connection. So welcome to all. Well, or we can just keep chatting among ourselves. Yes, oh, Sophie's here too. Is she online? Sophie's dropped off. So let's see. So I see a message in the chat. Did anyone catch the sutta from Samyutta Nikaya that Ayapalayani was referencing? I did not. Anybody else did? Welcome to share that or join in the chat.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes. Sue.
Hi, this is Sue. Yeah. The sutta was Samyutta Nikaya 4355 or 4553. Sorry, dyslexia. 4553.
Okay, excellent. 53. Excellent mindfulness and clear comprehension about that. Thank you very much for sharing. Where are you joining us from, Sue?
I'm in the South Bay, so not too far from Dhammadharini. I usually join the ayahs at the local vihara.
Uh-huh.
So,
Okay.
yeah, I saw your post, got your email, and just wanted to share in the Dhamma with all of you. So
Wonderful.
sorry, I'm on the phone, so I don't have the camera enabled.
Mhm.
Maybe later in the day.
That's all right. Very glad you could join us. So. Ananea, I saw you just popping on shortly. Were you able to join for the Dhamma discussion just now, or did?
No, unfortunately. But it's recorded, so that will be good.
It is recorded. So, well, it's good to see you. And we're getting ready for the precepts and the meal offering pretty soon. Also, let's see, welcome to Anagarika Dhammalata from Australia. How are you? Well,
Well, if people are going to be quiet, I'm going to invite them again.
Yes, please go ahead, Aye.
Yes. So to you personally, I heard that you have a bit of a linguistic background. Am I understanding correctly?
That is correct. Yes,
Yes.
Go ahead.
No, please finish.
I almost got a PhD in linguistics. I jumped ship shortly before I actually finished and came to monastic life instead, but
Yes.
I had everything but the dissertation done.
You know, actually, years ago in California, when I was a lay woman, there was a monk who was in the exact same situation. He had become a monk and he had simply failed to finish his dissertation for his PhD. He had done everything except make the changes that his committee had requested.
Mhm.
And I started picking at him. And I started picking at him and saying, well, if you were to have finished it, what would you have done? What would you have said about this? And finally, the next thing I knew, he'd finished it.
Mhm.
He had let it just sit there for a long time, years, I think, even. I don't remember for sure now, at least a couple of years.
Yeah, well, sometimes you need a good friend to do that for you.
And yes, I just
And
picked
yet I feel like I made the right choice, actually.
I won't pick you then.
I didn't want the academic career anyway. I was just like trying to finish that darn dissertation, and I was trying to finish that darn dissertation for about 3 years, and it wasn't worth it. I already knew I wanted to be leaving the household life and moving into the monastery, and I just didn't need to finish that last one thing. I could just do it, and that was so freeing to realize that at some point.
Wow. So the reason it came to my attention that you had this linguist background is that I heard a rumor that you corrected the community on how they were pronouncing the letter that's given as a C. When we were reciting or reading or reciting Bali. And since that came to me, then I also am trying to correct in accordance with the rumored correct way. So your name comes to my mind many, many times a week. I'm going back over the chanting that I had memorized and making sure I am pronouncing those C's deeper in the mouth.
Right. Well, I'm actually not 100% certain how it would have been in Pali. Like the different sources have slightly different descriptions of what it is. And I've seen one recently from Bhante Sujato, that he's describing a sound different than the one that I thought it was, and I don't know what his source on that is. So I've kind of had that back in the back of my mind, is like, oh, I should find out what his source for that was. How did he know it was that one? So what I had been trying to correct people to, based on my linguistic training, was a pure palatal stop. So this would have the middle of your tongue right up against the hard palate of your mouth.
Mhm.
And it's, so I'll just do it. I guess this would be the C, a single C, no H.
Mhm.
And this would be a pure palatal, and whether it's actually the way you do it in Pali or not, I don't know, but just to show up, you know, because I do this as a linguist, we'll pretend that we're in phonetics class. And we make our phonetics 101 students make funny noises at each other all the time as a practical part of their training. So for the pure palatal stop, they would say ta, ta, at, ta, 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 at. And yeah, so it's sort of like halfway between a T and a K. And sometimes it might sound a little more T-like, sometimes it might sound a little more K-like, because, you know, English speakers don't have that sound. They're not able to perceive it clearly necessarily. But your tongue is in an intermediate position between the ta and the ka. That's a voiceless, unaspirated T and K. And so it's a ta, at. And then the voiced one would be ja. This is J in Pali transcription, ja.
Oh, I thought you were starting with the C, and I was very confused.
Well, no, I was. That was
starting with C.
Yes, I was starting with the C. And
it starts with G. Then doesn't it start with K or G on the chart?
Oh, well, I think in the chart it would start with, well, in that line, in the palatal line, it would start with C, I think, before J.
On the palatal line. Okay. I thought you were starting at the very top.
No, not starting at
the chart. Oh, okay. Okay.
That would take us a lot longer. You know, we're trying to fill the time here, but I think it would take us longer than 5 minutes to get through the whole Pali alphabet. So if we're just doing C, I can do C, J, CH, JH, and then you can sort of hear the difference between them.
Yes, please.
Again, I'm not guaranteeing this is correct Pali. This is just phonetics.
It's your informed opinion.
Well, I'm agnostic about whether this is actually how you pronounce Pali, but it is how you pronounce a pure palatal stop, which is, so the C, cha, acha, at, J, ja, aja, aj, CH, cha, acha, ach, and JH, ja, aja, aj. So, cha, ja, cha, ja. That's
what about two C's?
Two C's? Well, then you need more than one syllable because you'd only get two C's in the middle.
Yes.
So for instance, in the first two syllables of my name.
Okay.
Now I have to actually pronounce my own name correctly, which I don't always do. Let's see if I can do it. So kacha, kachayana, kachayana.
Kachayana, kachayana.
Kachayana, cha, cha, cha.
How about the anicca?
Anicca, yeah, that was good. That was it.
Anicca. Okay, what about CCH?
So acha, acha, acha.
In a word?
So I need to then think of a word that has that in.
I don't have one for it.
Gachami.
Yes, good.
Gachami.
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 Gachami. IIT makes a comment, it makes it sound more similar to the Sanskrit.
Oh, they're related.
Thank you very much for that. Yeah, it's good.
Okay.
Well, while I've got you, before I'm run off this thing, because of time, How about the N with the Enya over it?
Mhm.
Two of
So
those together. I've heard two different things, and now I don't know which to believe. Heard
So,
multiple things, and I don't know what to believe.
okay, so the two of them together, like a double N. So
Yeah,
like,
especially the doubles, but even one by itself, I want to know. But
so that should have your tongue in basically the same place as we were just having it for the C's and the J's.
so it is the back of the tongue to the roof of the mouth, mid of the roof of the
If
mouth.
so again, I'm agnostic about whether this is proper Pali, but if it is a pure palatal, then it would have the tongue in that same position.
And
the
this is
only-
a palatal to have the Enya over the N.
Yes, that's my understanding is that,
I'm not questioning in the sense of skepticism, I'm asking.
that's my understanding is that a palatal, that little tilde over the N marks a palatal. So it's a na, 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 anya. Anyway, I mean, most of the time it's going to sound like an NY sound, yeah.
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 Okay, so what about two N's? It's a word with two N's with Enyas over there. Anya. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't realize that you were giving that example.
Yeah, for the theme of today, we have Anya Kondanya.
Yeah.
So Anya, Anya, Anya.
Okay, that is so close to ANYA. What exactly is the difference?
So again, usually when I pronounce it with the NY sound rather than the two N's. So let me do what I think would be NY, and then I'll do what I think would be like double N with tildes.
Okay.
So Anya versus Anya. Anya, Anya.
I'm not quite hearing it. What I had been thinking it might be is Anya, because you've got two of them. Anya. No?
No, when you have a double consonant, what you do is you like close it and hold it for a second and then open. So any of these double consonants, you have a closure and you just hold it a little bit long. It's not like you close twice. You close it and hold it and then release.
I answer, if I may.
Yes, please.
This is Sue, by the way. I just
Sue. Okay, wonderful.
Back on the computer. So if you say ANYA, that's two different syllables, so it's pronounced differently because it's broken down differently.
Mm-hmm.
It's that's one way to see that. So that will help.
Yes.
But when you say it fast, it all sounds the same. So
yeah.
I'm very impressed that you can pick it up because it's amazing. Just wanted to thank you all. I was going to drop off. Thank you.
Yes, welcome. Glad you could come. Thank you for sharing that. Any little bit can help. Who knows what'll be the right thing that makes it click. So it's good to have more teachers.
Oh no, not a teacher. Sharing.
Okay, thank you.
And thank you very much for discussing this for me.
Sure. I actually really enjoyed teaching phonetics to undergrads. And so I don't get the chance to, make funny noises at people quite as often as I used to. So I enjoy this. Thank you for asking.
Very good. Very good.
And let's see, it is 10:32. I'm going to investigate what our setup outside is. The theory is that we're about to offer 5 precepts outside, but because I'm in here, I don't know what's happening. I'm going to go look out the door. And we'll be back very shortly with that. Okay.
So welcome everybody to this Sala Puja Day at Dhammadharini Monastery. This will be I heard that this is the 5th time that we've had a gathering in July here in this very location. Those who would like to take 5 precepts should please gather themselves, and it will make us feel happy if you come a little bit closer to take the 5 precepts.
It's still not here.
Sorry?
They're still not here. Where are they? Coming.
Oh, I thought they were here.
No,
Okay.
not quite here yet.
Okay, so then relax. Again. Again.
We might need to turn it back on.
Again.
1 second.
Again. Testing, testing. Testing.
Keep talking, Lee.
So,
Okay.
okay. Now we're on. Now is the time. We all have arrived. Time to remember why we are here. To set our hearts in the right direction. As we prepare to make the determinations and the offerings that are going to be made a little bit later on, with the offering of the requisite of food and the other requisites that will be offered later. Always good to begin by recalling our confidence in the triple gem, in the Buddha, Dhamma, and Sangha, and by purifying the mind, by refreshing our determination, our resolution, our adhitthana, to keep a good morality as a very important pathway to wisdom. So one can feel in the mind, if the mind is bright and clear, calm, kind, with goodwill, or sometimes if the mind goes the other way, one can feel that the mind is difficult. But having this determination to purify our virtue is one of the most important ways to purify the mind and heart and open the pathway for our liberation. So having said that, I would like to invite Mala, if you don't mind, to read off the requesting of the precepts. You don't need to have the mic, you could just read it for me to hear you. Starting Okasa. Okay. Show her. Heather is going to show her. Okay. So please, everybody, bow 3 times to give respect to the Buddha, Dhamma, and Sangha. Now everyone please together with your hands in Anjali. Please namaskare, namo tassa. Please repeat after me line by line. Buddhang saranang gacchami. Dhammang saranang gacchami. Sanghang saranang gacchami. Dutiyampi buddhang saranang gacchami. Dutiyampi dhammang saranang gacchami. Dutiyampi sanghang saranang gacchami. Tatiyampi buddhang saranang gacchami. Tatiyampi dhammang saranang gacchami. Tatiyampi sanghang saranang gacchami. Saranagamanang sampunang, the refuges are complete. Those people who would like to take 5 precepts will go first. I'll give you the 5 precepts. And then afterwards, those people who want to take 8 precepts for the day, I will give you the 8 precepts. So if you want to have 5 precepts, to renew your 5 precepts, keep your hands in Anjali and repeat after me. Panatipata Veramani Adinkam Sikapadang Samadhiyami. Adinnadana Veramani Sikapadang Samadhiyami. Kame Sumikchachara Veramani Sikkapadang Samadhiyami. Sura Meraya Manjapamadatana Veramani Sikkapadang Samadhiyami. Sura Meraya Manjapamadatana Veramani Sikkapadang Samadhiyami. So now you have undertaken to refrain from taking the life of any living creature, to refrain from taking that which is not given, to refrain from any kind of sexual misconduct, to refrain from any kind of false or harmful speech, and to refrain from drinks and drugs which lead to heedlessness. Silena sugatim yanti, silena bhoga sampada, silena niputim yanti, tasma silena visadhaye. Now I'm going to invite those who want to uphold 8 precepts for today. In addition to the 5, you are undertaking to practice complete celibacy, no sexual contact at all during this day. And you are also undertaking to refrain from eating at the wrong time. That means eating after the solar noon. To refrain from using high and large seats in bed. All right. Nacha Gita Vadita Visukadasana. So returning from going to shows, watching shows and televisions and YouTubes and all those kind of things, unless they're educational, you refrain from that. And then Mala, Gandha Vilepana Dharana Mandana Vibhusanatana. That means refraining from using cosmetics and beautification. So you will not be going to the spa this afternoon. Okay. Panatipada Veramani Sikkapadang Samadhiyami. Adinadana Veramani Sikkapadang Samadhiyami. Brahmacharya Veramani Sikkapadang Samadhiyami. Musavada Veramani Sikkapadang Samadhiyami. Sura Meraya Machapamadhatana Veramani Sikkapadang Samadhiyami. Vikala Bhojana Veramani Sikkapadang Samadhiyami. Nachagita Vajita Visukadasana Mala Gandhavile Panadharana Mandana Vibhusanatana Veramani Sikkapadang Samadhiyami. Uchasayana Mahasayana Veramani Sikkapadang Samadhiyami. Now you are undertaking this entire package of 8 precepts. You want to keep all of them perfect. If you break one of them, it kind of breaks the package. So to undertake the entire 8 precepts for this day, please repeat after me. Imani atta sikkapadani samadhiyami. And 3 times. Dear friends, having undertaken this refuges and having taken refuge in the Triple Gem and undertaken the protection of these precepts, please strive on with diligence. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. I think we can now go on to the next part of this program. So the next thing will be, I think the monastics will assemble themselves in the meditation hall, and when we hear that, is that right? The food is when the food is ready to offer. We will come out to the meal offering area with our alms bowls. So you can find us over there near the meditation hall. We'll be waiting for you. And when the time is right, you can give the invitation for us to go over and receive our food.
All the groceries are in the back there, the Gajiko. So I have to go
Yours. Did I put this chanting book here? Did you?
I did not. So could have been many people.
All
right.
I need to bring back the outlet.
Yeah. Okay. Sounds good.
We just did it.
So
Use those speakers, not this.
so yeah, the speakers on there weren't working when I was using it, so
I
we can
see.
go ahead and try it, and then if they don't work, then we have this. This was
Okay.
my solution.
Sounds good.
Okay.
So,
You need you need this, right? This. My brain's dead. Okay. How do you stop like mumbling to yourself? That would be the hardest thing for me. I talk to myself all the time. Okay.
well, it's hard for some people. Okay. On.
It's already on.
All right. Look at this. And can I make it?
So I think
Which one is coming from here? Oh, it is.
so. It's then the volume adjustments on your computer.
No, it doesn't let me adjust.
Okay.
So it might.
Yeah. Turn down.
Okay. Find my cursor. I got it now, and then I can be sharing this on the Zoom also. Thank you.
Kamesu Kamasukallikanu yogo Apajite Hino Gammo Tuchani Hochaya Anariyo Anatta Sanghito
udapa panya udapadi vijja udapadi aloko udapadi udapa panya udapadi vijja panidang udapadi ariya saccang pariඤ්ඤාතං me bhikkhave udabbe ananussute panya udapadi cakkung udapadi vijja ඥානං udapadi ariya saccang panya udapadi vijja me bhikkhave udabbe ananussute sudapa
Okay. That's weird.
Picking up sound from your microphone.
cakkung udapadi ඥානං udapadi panya udapadi vijja udapadi aloko udapadi udapadi ඥානං udapadi panya udapadi tangko vijja udapadi ariya saccang aloko pahatabbanti me bhikkhave udapadi ubbe ananussute sadi dhamme udapadi tangko vijja udapadi ඥානං udapadi panya udapadi vijja udapadi aloko udapadi tangko panidang dukkha samudayang ariya saccang pahinanti me bhikkhave ubbe ananussutesu dhammesu cakkung udapadi ඥානං udapadi panya udapadi vijja udapadi aloko udapadi idang dukkha nirodhang ariya sacchanti me bhikkhave Pubbe ananusutesu dhammesu Chakkum udapadi Jnanam udapadi Panya udapadi Vijja udapadi aloko udapadi tanko panidang dukkha nirodhang Ariya Satchang Satchikatabbanti me bhikkhave Pubbe ananusutesu dhammesu Chakkum udapadi Jnanam udapadi Panya udapadi Vijja udapadi Aloko udapadi Tanko panidang dukkha nirodhang Ariya Satchang Satchikatanti me bhikkhave Pubbe ananusutesu dhammesu Chakkum udapadi Jnanam udapadi Panya udapadi Vijja udapadi Aloko udapadi Idang dukkha nirodha gamini patipada Ariya sacchanti me bhikkhave Pubbe ananusutesu dhammesu Chakkum udapadi Jnanam udapadi Panya udapadi Vijja udapadi Aloko udapadi Tanko panidang dukkha nirodha gamini patipada Ariya Satchang Bhave tabbanti me bhikkhave Pubbe ananusutesu ධම්මේසු චක්කුම් උදපාදි ඥානං උදපාදි පඤ්ඤා උදපාදි විචා උදපාදි ආලෝකෝ උදපාදි තංකෝපනිදං දුක්ඛ නිරෝධගාමිනී පටිපදා අරිය සච්ඡං භාවිතන්ති මේ භික්ඛවේ පුබ්බේ අනනුස්සතේසු ධම්මේසු චක්කුං උදපාදි ඥානං උදපාදි පඤ්ඤා උදපාදි විචා උදපාදි ආලෝකෝ උදපාදි යාවකීවංච මේ භික්ඛවේ ඉමේසු චතුසු වරිය සච්චේසු ඒවන්ති පරිවට්ටං ද්වාදසාකාරං යථා භූතං ඥාන දස්සනං නසුවිසුද්ධං අහෝසි නේවතාවාහං වේ සදේවකේ ලෝකේ සමාරකේ සබ්‍රහ්මකේ සත්සමනක් බ්‍රාහ්මනියා පජාය සදේව මනුසාය මා සම්බෝධින් අභිසම්බුද්ධෝ පච්චඤ්ඤාසින් යතෝච කෝමේ භික්ඛවේ ඉමේසු චතුසු අරිය සච්චේසු ඒවන්ති පරිවට්ටං ද්වාදසාකාරං යථා භූතං නං සුවිසුද්ධං අහෝසි අතාහං භික්ඛවේ सदेवके लोके समारके सब्रह्मके सत्समनः ब्राह्मणिया पजाय सदेव मनुसाय अनुत्तरं सम्मा सम्बोधिं अभिसम्बुद्धो पच्चन्यासिं ज्ञानञ्च पनमेदसनं उदपादि अकुप्पामे चेतो विमुक्ति अयमन्तिमा जाति नत्तिदानी पुनः भवति इदमवोच भगवान् आत्मना पञ्चवक्या भिक्खु भगवतो भासितम् अभिनन्दन्ति इमस्मिञ्च पनवेयाकरणस्मिन् भञ्जमाने आयस्मतो कुण्डन्यस्य विरजं वीतमलं धम्मचक्कुम् उदपादि यं किञ्चि समुदयधम्मं सब्बं तं निरोध धम्मन्ति पवत्तिते च पन भगवता धम्मचक्रे भूमा देवा सद्मनुस्सावेषु एतं भगवता वाराणस्यां इसिपत्ने मिगदाये अनुत्तरं धम्मचक्रं पवत्तितं अपतिवत्यं समनेन वा ब्राह्मणेन वा देवेन वा मारेण वा ब्रह्मणा वा केनचिवा लोकस्मिन् भूमानं देवानं सद्दं सुत्वा चातुं महाराजिका देवा सद्मनुस्सावेषु एतं भगवता वाराणस्यां इसिपत्ने मिगदाये अनुत्तरं धम्मचक्रं पवत्तितं अपतिवत्यं समनेन वा ब्राह्मणेन वा देवेन लोकस्मिन् चातुं महाराजिकानं देवानं सद्दं सुत्वा तावतिं सा देवा सद् मनुसावेसुम् एतं भगवता वाराणस्यां इसिपत्ने मिगदाये अनुत्तरं धम्मचक्रं पवतितं अपतिवत्यं समनेन वा ब्राह्मणेन वा देवेन वा मारेण वा ब्रह्मणा वा केनचिवा लोकस्मिन् भवतिंसानं देवानं सद्दं सुत्वा यामादेवा सद्मनुसावेसुम् एतं भगवता वाराणस्यां इसिपत्ने मिगदाये अनुत्तरं धम्मचक्रं पवतितं अपतिवत्यं समनेन वा ब्राह्मणेन वा देवेन वा मारेण वा ब्रह्मणा वा केनचिवा लोकस्मिन् यामानं देवानं सद्दं सुत्वा तुसिता देवा सद्मनुसावेसुम् एतं भगवता वाराणस्यां इसिपत्ने मिगदाये अनुत्तरं धम्मचक्रं पवतितं अपतिवत्यं समनेन वा ब्राह्मणेन वा देवेन वा मारेण वा ब्रह्मणा वा केनचिवा लोकस्मिन् तुसितानं देवानं सद्दं सुत्वा निम्मानरति देवा सद् मनुसावेसुम् एतं भगवता वाराणस्यां इसिपत्ने मिगदाये अनुत्तरं धम्मचक्रं पवतितं अपतिवत्यं समनेन वा ब्राह्मणेन वा देवेन वा मारेण वा ब्रह्मणा वा केनचिवा लोकस्मिन् निम्मानरतीनं देवानं सद्दं सुत्वा परनिम्मितवसवत्तिनो देवा सद्मनुसावेसुम् एतं भगवता वाराणस्यां इसिपत्ने मिगदाये अनुत्तरं අනුත්තරං ධම්මචක්කං පවත්තිතං අප්පතිවත්තියං සමනේන වා බ්‍රාහ්මනේන වා දේවේන වා මාරේන වා බ්‍රහ්මුණා වා කේන චීවා ලෝකස්මින් පරනිම්මිත වසවත්තේනං දේවානං සද්දං සුත්වා බ්‍රහ්මපාරී සජ්ජා දේවා සද්ද මනුසාවේසුම් ඒතං භගවතා වාරාණසියං ඉසිපතනේ මිගදායේ අනුත්තරං ධම්මචක්කං පවත්තිතං අප්පතිවත්තියං සමනේන වා බ්‍රාහ්මනේන වා දේවේන වා මාරේන වා බ්‍රහ්මුණා වා කේන චීවා ලෝකස්මින් බ්‍රහ්මපාරී සජ්ජානං දේවානං සද්දං සුත්වා බ්‍රහ්ම පුරෝහිතා දේවා සද්ද මනුසාවේසුම් ඒතං භගවතා වාරාණසියං ඉසිපතනේ මිගදායේ අනුත්තරං ධම්මචක්කං පවත්තිතං අප්පතිවත්තියං සමනේන වා බ්‍රාහ්මනේන වා දේවේන වා මාරේන වා බ්‍රහ්මුණා වා කේන චීවා ලෝකස්මින් බ්‍රහ්ම පුරෝහිතානං දේවානං සද්දං සුත්වා මහා බ්‍රහ්මා දේවා සද්ද මනුසාවේසුම් ඒතං භගවතා වාරාණසියං ඉසිපතනේ මිගදායේ අනුත්තරං ධම්මචක්කං පවත්තිතං අප්පතිවත්තියං සමනේන වා බ්‍රාහ්මනේන වා දේවේන වා මාරේන වා බ්‍රහ්මුණා වා කේන චීවා ලෝකස්මින් මහා බ්‍රහ්මාණං දේවානං සද්දං සුත්වා පරිත්තාභා දේවා සද්ද මනුසාවේසුම් භගවතා වාරාණසියං ඉසිපතනේ මිගදායේ අනුත්තරං ධම්මචක්කං පවත්තිතං අප්පතිවත්තියං සමනේන වා බ්‍රාහ්මනේන වා දේවේන වා මාරේන වා බ්‍රහ්මුණා වා කේන චීවා ලෝකස්මින් පරිත්තාභානං දේවානං සද්දං සුත්වා අප්පමානබා දේවා සද්ද මනුසාවේ एतं भगवता वाराणस्यां इसिपत्ने मिगदाये अनुत्तरं धम्मचक्रं पवतितं अपतिवत्तियं समनेन वा ब्राह्मणेन वा देवेन वा मारेण वा ब्रह्मणा वा केनचिवा लोकस्मिन् मानभानं देवानं सद्दं सुत्वा आभस्रा देवा सद्मनुसावेसुम् एतं भगवता वाराणस्यां इसिपत्ने मिगदाये अनुत्तरं धम्मचक्रं पवतितं अपतिवत्तियं समनेन वा ब्राह्मणेन वा देवेन वा मारेण वा ब्रह्मणा वा केनचिवा लोकस्मिन् आभस्राणं देवानं सद्दं सुत्वा परित्तशुभा देवा सद्मनुसावेसुम् एतं भगवता वाराणस्यां इसिपत्ने मिगदाये अनुत्तरं धम्मचक्रं पवतितं अपतिवत्तियं समनेन वा ब्राह्मणेन वा देवेन वा मारेण वा ब्रह्मणा वा लोकस्मिन् परित्तशुभानं देवानं सद्दं सुत्वा अपमानशुभा देवा सद्मनुसावेसुम् एतं भगवता वाराणस्यां इसिपत्ने मिगदाये अनुत्तरं धम्मचक्रं पवतितं अपतिवत्तियं समनेन वा ब्राह्मणेन वा देवेन वा मारेण
To the spirit of the
Greetings, Dhamma friends. Teruan Saranai, blessings of the Triple Gem. Very glad to see you on this special and auspicious day. Mala, nice to see you there. I'd like you to move over a little bit so you're not hiding behind. We want to be able to see you. And Chanika, very happy to see you. Achala, good to see you. Lal, happy to see you. Oh, good to see you. That's wonderful that you can be here today for the groundbreaking today. Yeah, very suitable. Oh, so welcome to everyone. We have completed before solar noon. We have taken all of the foods that you so generously offered, and now I feel full of good energy from all the food that's been offered, and also really feeling of the good heart of love and kindness and generosity that is just like spread around this whole area here right now, from your beautiful intentions and all of the preparations, and gathering together here in peace and harmony in front of the Buddha and image of the Dhamma wheel, the Dhamma chakra, Dharma chakra, and deer representing the deer park at Isipatana, the garden of the rishis or garden of the sages in Benares, Varanasi, more than 2,600 years ago. So I just want to say I have been feeling just so glad and good at heart as we've been preparing for this day, because after a year and a half of coronavirus lockdown and not being able to receive more monastics and more aspirants, we've started to do that again. And, you know, that's part of our mission. That's our wish, is to be able to welcome those who are seekers and who have aspiration for this path, and who have affinities for the monastic way of life of the Buddha in their hearts, to be able to offer a place of welcome and refuge and support for them to be able to explore their aspirations in monastic life. And also, as you may have heard, this vasa, then who knows what happens, but we have the idea, the intent that also we'll be having some ordinations during this vasa, even starting quite soon. Would you like to identify yourself? Yes, if you look over there, then you see our friend Sophie, who joined us for winter retreat this last year. And then Sophie has decided she would like to undertake the anagarika precepts for this vasa, including shaving off her long hair and undertaking the 8 precepts and wearing the white robes for the whole vasa. So we're planning in 1 week's time for after she completes her everything upon arrival, because everyone who's coming in to stay, then they have some time of quarantine and then negative COVID test, and then they can join together fully with our community. So that's to keep everybody safe. 1 week from now, then we plan to have the anagarika precepts, and then also for a long time, 10 precept nun, Siladhara, trained with Ajahn Sumedho, Lumpur Sumedho at Amaravati in England. Then also she's set her heart now to go ahead with Bhikkhuni ordination, Bhikkhuni Upasampada. So she is planning to take the first step also 1 week from now to switch to officially become a Samaneri. 10 precept nuns, Dasa Silamat, and seminary have the same 10 precepts, but not the same status. And the seminary is officially, legally accepted by the Sangha, like Samanera, and they can then train to prepare for the Bhikkhuni ordination. So we have this coming soon. Maybe then in September, around the September full moon during the Vasa, we'll be able to have the Bhikkhuni ordination, Bhikkhuni Upasampada as well. We hope if it's possible. So I'm so glad in my heart for all of the support during this last year, this last 9 months of pandemic leading up to now from all of our faithful friends, and also moral support from the Sangha to continue during this difficult time, and also now to hopefully be coming back into track with regards our mission and to support the aspirants and also the practitioners and the teachers in connection with our Bhikkhuni Sangha. So please join me in appreciation. We like to say sadhu, sadhu, sadhu together, because those of you who are here have been, some of you have been among those really faithfully, dedicatedly supported people, including our young friend Eagle here, coming to our forest hermitage to from far away, offering lunch and groceries and supplies that have kept us alive and well, practicing the Buddha's teaching during this time. So now I'm going to check and see about our program for this afternoon. Hold on. So first we have welcome comments from IoT. Well, that's suitable. Yes, perfect. And then we'll have a few words from our Dhammadharini Support Foundation Board of Directors, and I see Chanika's name here. And I'm just going to go over with you now what we have planned for this afternoon. And while Janika gets prepared, can we invite Janika to come forward here? So on behalf of the Dhammadharini Support Foundation Board of Directors, we're going to invite Upasaka Mr. Janika Ekanayake to share some words. And then after that, we'll be having the Vasa Aradhana. That's the invitation to enter the Vasa. And our dear and longtime friend Mala Vijayakun, herself, and on behalf of her whole family, all her relatives and friends, and also our Dhammadharini Support Foundation Director and Treasurer, Mr. Janika Ekanayake, have pledged, or they're about to pledge. They've said that they would like to pledge their support during this Vasa, their support for the Dhammadharini Bhikkhuni Sangha and all of our monastics and practitioners who are joining for the Vasa together, both at our Dhammadharini Monastery here. This is the Dhammadharini Sonoma Mountain. We are not on the mountain, but Sonoma Mountain, this area here is called Sonoma Mountain. And the mountain is just a little ways over. That's its name. So Dhammadharini Sonoma Mountain, Bhikkhuni Arama, this place here, and our Aranya Bodhi, Awakening Forest Hermitage, both, because they're one community together. So they've said that they would like to pledge their support for the 3 months of the Vasa, and then also for offering the Katina Chira, which means the offering of the Katina robe, which we also call the robe of merit. So this comes when at least one bhikkhu or bhikkhuni has successfully, purely, and properly completed the vasa in one place, and also when the sangha exists, because the katina can only truly be offered when the sangha has gathered together, offered by sangha karma. So if we're able to have the bhikkhuni sangha gathering together at the completion of the vasa, then it will be possible to offer the katina robe or katina cloth and its accessories, and then the sangha would choose which member of the sangha who has purely completed the vasa at that location that they would like to bestow that robe upon. So our friends Janaka and Mala have said that they would, that they wish, they hope to be able to offer the katina this year and lead up in offering the katina, because the whole community can offer. Unlimited numbers of people can offer together. Unlimited numbers of beings can join in sharing the merits of the katina together. That they will be leaders of our community in doing so this year, if their intention is fulfilled. We hope so. The stakes are kind of high. We have pandemic, we have drought, we have fire season, we have all of these things. So it makes it like a little bit, seems like a little bit more challenging. I feel like with our goodwill and our right effort and the blessings of the Triple Gem, that there's a very good chance that we'll be able to do this. So then after this, then they plan to be offering the invitation to enter the vasa and to state their intention with regards to the katina. And then also there will be sanghadana. So for those who are joining online, watching the live stream, whether on Zoom or whether on YouTube or Facebook Live, at the time of the sanghadana, if you want to join in making an offering of sanghadana together, you can do so. And I hope someone will let you know how to do so. And those who are here will be able to do so in person. So all those, even those from afar who wish to join in offering support to the sanghadana, and to be offering support for our practice during this vasa leading up to the katina, all are welcome to do so. But those who are leading up in doing so, we think have like special merits, those who take the leadership, who take the initiative with things. And we have great appreciation for them because they make it easier for all of the rest of us because of their example, and they're showing up at the front to do that. So after that, after sanghadana, then there's the plan, invitation for Dhamma sharing on the 5 great meanings of Dhamma Day. We plan to have a panel, and then the chanting of the Dhammacakkappavattana Sutta. After that, oh, Janaka, it seems like you have like a lot of things today. That's great. We have live words from Inspiring Generosity from Mr. Janaka Hikanagi. Or Lal could also, because he's also a member of Inspiring Generosity, if you would, let Janaka accept Janaka's designation for that. You're completely qualified to speak for Inspiring Generosity. And then we have the plan for the groundbreaking for our new Dana Sala. And some of those who are here have, we know, been very important contributors to our Dana Sala project being able to go ahead. And if it is able to go ahead, then next time we meet here, it might be sitting on the floor of and under the roof of our new Dana Sala. So see, groundbreaking for the new Dana Sala, and then blessing chanting in closing. That's our plan for this afternoon. And this evening, under the full moon, we plan to have more meditation, and I'll be offering a Dhamma talk at that time. So now, excuse me, I'll just let my leg wake up. Now is the time that we'd like to welcome some words from Janika on behalf of the Dhammadharini Support Foundation Board of Directors. Imam Karala.
Thank you, Aya. So I think many of you know me. Shanika, thank you for the introduction. So I'd like to welcome all of you as far from the Board of Directors of Dhammadharini for today. And I think we have a full program this afternoon. And thank you for all the generosity and all the support, especially during the last year and a half. And I'm really pleased to see many of you in person and through Zoom. So welcome and enjoy your day. And keep it short.
Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. So for those who don't know, many of you here will know this, but for those of you who don't know, our Dhammadharini Bhikkhunis community observes the precepts of the Bhikkhuni Patimokkha in the old traditional way. 311 precepts of the Bhikkhuni Patimokkha. And that means, like the Buddha himself, as passed down, the Buddha did not use money. So for our monastics, our bhikkhunis, we have precepts about this, and we keep them in the traditional way. That is, we don't use money. Even the time of becoming a samaneri, as in the forest traditions and like Burmese Vipassana traditions. So in such circumstances, the support foundation and the support of the community becomes all the more important, because for our bhikkhunis, really we eat only what has been put into our hands or into our alms bowls each day. And for all the things like this, property, gas, electric, and everything like that, this comes from our friends' donations and then stewarded by our support foundation for anything and everything that costs money. People ask, especially when I went to Asia, then they ask, how can you live with the precepts in America or in the West like this? They're so shocked and amazed that could be possible. And I say, thanks to our friends, because we have good friends. They're good friends and supporters. And also it takes strong dedication to hold precepts in this environment, in this way. But having a Sangha makes everything easier, because really this is also a support foundation, support foundation for the Sangha and support foundation for everyone who values this way of monastic life and practice and these traditions. They even say that for the Buddha Sasana, for its endurance in the world, that is the ayu of the Sasana, that having the monastics, the bhikkhus and the bhikkhunis who practice with the sila, it says Patimokkha sila, which includes these precepts, sila, samadhi, and panya. When there are the monastics, the bhikkhus and bhikkhunis, as well as the upasakas and upasikas who practice in this way, this is a main factor for the preservation, ayu, of the true sasana. Because when there are those who are practicing sincerely and rightly, sila, samadhi, and panya, according to cause and effect, if the cause is there, then the effect will come. So we cultivate the causes together, and we don't have to grasp after the effect. We can trust. If we cultivate the causes well together in its proper time, in its proper way, the effects, the fruits will come to all of us who are cultivating those causes together. And doing so in this way is preserving and perpetuating the long life, the Ayu of the Buddha Sasana. So I feel so happy and good in my heart about this, and I wish that you would as well. And for the friend who has somehow come to contribute to offering something, and anumodana to them. So thank you for your words on behalf of the Dhammadharini Support Foundation Chanaka, wearing many hats today. And now is the time in our program for the Sankadana. So those who would like to lead up in offering the Sankadana. Oh, I'm sorry, hold on. Actually, pardon me. Something comes first, doesn't it? Something very important that you're here for today. You know what that is. This Davasa Aradhana comes first. Do you want me to lead, or are you going to just go ahead? You're ready to just go ahead. Great. Okay. Yes. So this is the Vasa Aradhana, invitation to enter the Vasa, offered by Upasaka Mrs. Mala Vijay Kun on behalf of the Vijay Kun family, and Upasaka Mr. Chanaka Ekanayake.
Sama sambuddhassa namo tassa bhagavato arahato sama sambuddhassa namo tassa bhagavato arahato sama sambuddhassa.
For the sake of the people all over the world, if you would put the mic close to your mouth while you're speaking.
Imani mayam aye Vasa Vasika Chivarani Saptivarini Bhikkhuni Sangasa Oto Jayama Sadhino Aye Bhikkhuni Sango Imani Vasa Vasika Chivarani Saptivarani Patiganhatu Amhanam Dijaratam Hikaya Sukaya.
This means that they would like to offer the rains bathing cloth. What she just decided is that they would like to offer the rains bathing cloth to the Sangha.
Namasmi Nihari Bhikkhuni Sanghasya Imam Kemasam Laksam Ketum Aradhanam Karami Dipyanti Imasmin Vihare Bhikkhuni Sanghasya Imam Kemasam Laksam Ketum Aradhanam Karomi Satyampi Imasmin Vihare Bhikkhuni Sanghasya Imam Kemasam Vasam Ketum Aradhanam Karomi.
Would you like to in English also? I know you have Sinhalese as well. We can be trilingual here.
Yeah.
We are trilingual.
You want to lead this one, Aya?
For the Sinhalese, I can't.
No, no, I'm English.
Sinhalese, you have
Should I
to.
bring the cloth now?
Oh, yes. And for the English, would you like me to lead in English or you just like to recite it? Because your English is perfect.
No, we'll do that.
Yes?
Okay. Venerable ladies of Bhikkhuni Sangha, today on Asala Puja Poya Day, which is also known as the Dhamma Day, as the Vasa season begins, we, Amala and Chanaka together with Dhammadharini Support Foundation and the Friends of Dhammadharini want to respectfully invite the venerable members of the Mahasangha present to accept our Aradhana, our invitation for the 3 months of the rains retreat and the Vasa at our Dhammadharini Sonoma Giri Bhikkhuni Arama and the Dhammadharini Aranya Bodhi Awakening Forest Hermitage. We will take care of you and see to all of your needs during this time. May you practice consummately and to fulfill the Buddha's teachings during this time. And may you, out of compassion, guide and direct us in the Dhamma and its practice for our long-term benefit and the happiness that it gives us. May our right efforts and these fortunate conditions be fruitful for progress in the Buddha's way of awakening and for the realization of the most excellent happiness of Nibbana. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu.
Sadhu. So I don't know if everyone could hear clearly or not, but in Pali, Malawijekun has stated her wish or their wish to offer rains bathing cloths to the monastic community. And then after that, she said in Pali, and then Chanaka has said in English, how they wish to invite the bhikkhunis and all of the monastics and aspirants and yogis, practitioners who are here to enter into the Vasa at this Dhammadharini Bhikkhuni Arame. That's Dhammadharini Monastery here, and also our Aranya Bodhi Awakening Forest Hermitage on the Sonoma coast. And then also Chanaka has mentioned a really great aspiration and dedication of these actions on his part and on their part, really to grow in the Buddha's way and to realize and experience the fruits of the path for himself, for themselves, for their and all of our long-term benefit and happiness. Together is good. Dear members of the Dhammadharini community, welcome to also draw near. Go ahead and gather around and draw near. We'll ask Venerable Bhikkhu Jayasara just to rejoice at heart and share his blessings together. Go ahead and come here. Sadhu, 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 punyanumodhama. Do you have a table? You can be the table for just a moment. There is a table that's coming actually, so that's perfect for right now. So I'd just like to let you know about the monastics who are here together. Because you're not all of you may know. I am Bhikkhuni Tata Loka Terry, and I am one of the founders, one of the founding teachers, abbesses, and preceptor of this Dhammadharini community. I've been with this community from the beginning, and this year is the Dhammadharini's 15-year anniversary. And this time right now is actually the 5-year anniversary of our inauguration here at Dhammadharini Monastery. So this is a wonderful and auspicious time. To my left here, we have Venerable Bhikkhuni Suchita Mahateri. She is originally from South Korea, and she had ordained in the South Korean Buddhist monastic sangha and practiced some meditation. And then she discovered the early Buddhist teachings, the Sutta Pitaka of the Pali text canon, and also heard Pali chanting and connected with the teaching and the way of life in the Theravada Buddhist monastic forest traditions, and really inspired her and brought up her dedication to also live in this way together. So more than 2 years ago, she reordained in the Theravada Pali text tradition, but 4 years ago, 4 years ago, the time goes so fast, but she had already been ordained as a bhikkhuni from 17 years before that. So she's very senior in bhikkhuni life. And then next to her, Venerable Bhikkhuni Sopanateri, who is our Dhammadharini Vice Abbess, also one of our teachers, Acharyani's, and also last year was appointed a Bhikkhuni preceptor. And she has played such an important role with the Dana Sala project. Our community appointed her from amongst our monastics to lead that up. And so this is a wonderful time that we're moving towards the fulfillment of the aspiration to offer that to our community. And next to her, I can't see who's there, but I think, Anagarika Tavira. Now also, she's been in Anagarika for 2 years now. And normally she would have had her seminary pabaja last year, probably. But because of pandemic, then we delayed up till this time, but we're hoping in September that she will be going ahead with undertaking the seminary precepts and entering into wearing the patchwork saffron brown robes, the kasaya chiwara, and undertaking the 10 precepts. Then she'll be giving up using money and driving anymore in our community. So this is a great renunciation, release, and letting go, because we know in our American culture to have your credit card and your car are your two main power symbols, together with your mobile phone. Even a homeless person, sometimes they have their car and credit card and mobile phone, even nothing else. But she may be giving up driving and money, even the credit card, all of that. We hope so. With your support, we hope to be able to offer this. On my right side here, in the red robes, we have Venerable Bhikkhu Jayasara, who is Ayasobana's younger Dhamma brother, also a student of the most venerable Henapola Gunaratana, Nayaka Mahatera, affectionately known as Bhante Ji, the founder of the Bhavana Society in West Virginia. So he's entered monastic life and ordained with Bhante Ji, Bhante Gunaratana there. And now he's completed his years of basic training as a bhikkhu. And now after this being last year's 5th Vasa, or this year's 5th Vasa? This year's 5th Vasa. Then now he was granted independence as a bhikkhu, and he's going to be having the camping retreat. Some of you know in past, adjacent to our Ranyabodhi Hermitage, it's a large forest preserve there. Our hermitage is 120 acres, That forest preserve is more than 400 acres. Not the mountain that we're on, but the adjacent mountain, the other side of the stupa. There's an area that's been like the campground for the bhikkhu teachers who've come to have their camping retreat there before. So he's determined to now have the camping retreat for the Vasa there adjacent. I didn't know would he want to join in programs like this or not, but he said he's welcome, and he said he's happy to join, and also sharing and offering Dhamma teaching this morning and this afternoon as well. So much appreciation for that, and glad to have Ayasobana's younger Dhamma brother in Banteji's lineage. So many of the bhikkhunis in North America and the bhikkhus as well have gone forth and been ordained by him. So I'm glad about this, and thank you for being here. And then next to Venerable Bhikkhu Jayasara, Bhante Jayasara. Next to we have Samanera Kachayana, who has gone forth here with our community and been with us for the last several years. Now considering about the Bhikkhuni Upasampada coming up, planned in September, to perhaps join the group, maybe to join the group of those who are requesting Bhikkhuni ordination at that time. Already there are 3 who have requested. Now from yesterday, there's 1 more who's requested as well. So maybe even 4, we'll see. But the person who requested yesterday, already I told them from 2 years ago and last year that I support them, but because of pandemic, we couldn't do it yet. We'll see if we can now. They've been waiting and waiting. And then next to Samanera Kachayana, we have Samaneri Dhammadharini, also who's entered monastic life here with us after being a very dedicated practitioner in the Goenka meditation tradition, entered monastic life and undertaken Samaneri Prabhaja with us last year. And then next to Samaneri Dhammadharini, we have Anagarika Panya Vimuti, who is a longtime friend of our community. In fact, she is one of the 20 founding friends, founding supporters of our Dhammadharini Bhikkhunis community. And she's been living most of the time in the white robes for more than 10 years now. And glad we have her with us. She's had some strong health situation this last year, and I hope the things are going reasonably well, thanks to the support of our friends and to her sincere efforts. And glad to have her with us now. I don't know how long she'll be with us. This is anicca, because that's true for all of us. We think we know, but do we really know? So to treasure and appreciate this time, these moments that we have together now, and apply ourselves well at this time. I also want to let you know now, entering into transit, there are 2 other monastics who plan to join us for the Vasa, because they're coming from abroad and because the visitors' visas are not available. They're able to enter on the ESTA visa, which means they can come to the US only for 90 days. And that means that in order to be able to be with us till the end of the Vasa, that they'll be arriving and entering the Vasa, not today, but they'll be arriving very soon. So we don't see them today, but I'm going to tell you about the 2 of them. I think you heard a little bit already. Ajahn or Aya Brahmawara, disciple of Ajahn Sumedho, and also Ajahn Cha's nephew, master who is highly revered in Thailand, called Ajahn Ganha or Lumpur Ganha. So she and Venerable Bhikkhuni Nirodha Terry have been practicing there under the guidance of Lumpur Ganha for more than a year now. And so fortunately, the conditions are suitable, bhikkhunis can practice there, and conditions are suitable for her to come to join us for the Vasa and request bhikkhuni ordination and seminary. Anuvedita, now she's in Costa Rica. Her family is from Costa Rica, and there are people in Costa Rica who would like to start a bhikkhuni adama there. They've offered land for it. She's going to visit them, share teaching, and then she'll be flying to us to enter the Vasa and request bhikkhuni ordination. She's also in the white robes as like a mechi anagarika for a longer time, and then seminary. She's like a grand disciple of mine, because Venerable Bhikkhuni Palanyani, who gave her ordination, received her ordination here with us. So that's an introduction to who is here now, and also who will be joining us very soon when their flights arrive to enter the Vasa together. So 2 more monastics who we expect to be coming, Ajahn Tawara and Samana Anuvedita. And now is the time.
What? It's offering time, right?
If you wish. Yes. So for everyone who wishes to offer Sankatana, now is the time. And I just like to say, even if you don't have any physical gifts to offer, then moral support, the offering of your loving kindness, of your heart of generosity, of your thoughts of supportiveness, of the volunteer efforts that you've made, of your pledge for all those who have pledged to offer meals and groceries and supplies during the Vasa. Will you be able to tell us the list of all those who have pledged to offer the meals and groceries and supplies during the Vasa, because they're joining. We'll just think about all of them joining in the Sankatana together.
It's a long list, but I have in my head.
Okay.
I would just say that it's a community of supporters all came together around the Bay Area, sometimes far away from like Sri Lanka, like Janaka, and friends, other states. So it was all of the community's efforts together. So we were able to come together to support the bhikkhunis without any delay in support or not having support because of all the pandemic issues we ran into. But we're very grateful for all the support and continuous support, especially doing the groceries for not one location but both locations, and then the hot meal on the day of offering the groceries. These families work hard, and they are faithful, long-time supporters, all of them. And without your support, we would not have done this. And we're grateful, and thank you so much. And we encourage you to continue to support our bhikkhunis, Sangha. This is very important in the area we live. There's not much support for the Sangha, especially in the Sonoma County area. There is very little support. We had to make those special trip of the groceries, dana offerings, weekly basis. So this is long-term offering. It's not done. We're just have started. So stay with us, and we hope you continue support, and we're really grateful for all of this.
Would you like to repeat after me? We now offer these gifts to the Bhikkhuni Sangha. May the Bhikkhuni Sangha accept these gifts for our long-term benefit and the happiness it gives us.
That's oh, Malak. Malak.
Now, would you be able to tell the people who may be watching and joining online from afar, if they wish to contribute, if they wish to join in offering something for Sanghadana together, how they can do so?
So,
there's a camera behind you right there.
Oh yeah. So,
yes.
So yes. So
you might have to come down just a little bit because
right.
it's low.
Right. Got it.
If your knees and back are okay.
Yeah. So if you wish to participate in the Sanghadana, and also there are so many other projects going on. Is it?
Sorry. Well, you have a very strong voice, but let everybody hear.
Okay. Is this better? Okay. So those who would like to participate in Sanghadana or any other projects during this time, the special Vasa time, we have some special projects, including the main project, the Dhanasala project, a project that takes place groundbreaking today. We still have needs in this project as well. And there are other projects, and we have several other projects, main projects also. All those are listed in our Dhammadharini online website. You may be able to make an offering through online, or you can mail a check to the Dhammadharini Monastery, or you may be able to reach out to me, lalsenanaika@gmail.com. I can help you with, you need help how to make this donation or how to dedicate your donation, or any other questions. Thank you.
So for everyone who's contributed in various ways, offering Sanghadana now, here together in person and also from far away, now we're going to chant these verses of blessing. So if you have anyone who you would like to remember and think about dedicating your gift to at this time, then please bring them to mind, whether they're living or whether they've passed away, whether they're human or non-human, or one person or one being or many beings, and also for yourself, your own dedication for yourself in the Buddha's path. According to the Pali text canon, so many of the people who became great awakened disciples of the Buddha, when they made offerings in the past, then they had a strong dedication for themselves, really truly admiring the Buddha, admiring the great disciples of the Buddha. Then when they made their offerings, when they were acting in loving kindness and generosity, they made a dedication themselves to likewise grow and fulfill the perfections and to awaken in the Buddha's sasana. So you can make dedication for yourself, dedication for others, both as many beings, all living beings, as you wish. Yata varivaha puram paripurandi sagaram evameva itodinam petanam upakapati ichitang patitang tumhang kipameva samijatum sabe purentu sankapa chando panaraso yatam mani jyotiraso yatam sabidiyo vajantu sabharoko vinasatam mate bhavatvantarayo sukhi dikayuko bhavam abhivatana sile sanechang vata pachayino Chataro dhamma vadanti ayuvanno sukham halang ratana tayanupavena ratana tayate jasatu karo kapayawera Sukha satu chupatawa aneka antaraya vinasantu ase sato jayasi tithanang labhang soti bhagayang sukhang palang Siri ayu chawanno chapokang woti chaya sawa satawa saha chayam chachiwa siddhi Bhavantute. May you have every good blessing. May all the devas protect you. By the power of all the Buddhas, may you ever be well. May you have every good blessing. May all the devas protect you. By the power of all the Dhamma, may you ever be well. May you have every good blessing. May all the devas protect you. By the power of all the Sangha, may you ever be well. Te atalato, sukhito viranho, bodhasa sane arogyo sukhito hota. Sahasapeyu nyatihi. So I was noticing that it was starting to get a little bit warm, and then thought it's nice if there are some breezes, and then we have some breezes coming. we wish everyone to be safe. First, to be safe. So we understand that you wish to hear some words of Dhamma today. And so having received your request and invitation about this, then we have prepared for several short Dhamma messages about the importance of this day today. So now for those monastics who have said that they would be happy to offer one of these short Dhamma messages or thoughts on Dhamma related to the 5 great meanings of this full moon, this Dhammacakkappavattana day, and this Asala or Vesala Purya full moon day. We'd like to invite those monastics now. So my paper doesn't say who that is, but we're going to find out here
I
now.
think you're supposed to start it.
I'm supposed to start? I see. Okay, thank you. So I would like to invite the monastic who has offered to share some thoughts and words of Dhamma related to one of the great events commemorated on this day, that is the Bodhisattva, according to the Buddhist legends and the traditions that were passed down. The Buddha before becoming a Buddha, the Bodhisattva or Bodhisattva, and then was looking for the suitable circumstances to be born, to continue and to fulfill his path, born as a human being. Let's hear more about that connected to this full moon day today. Are we passing the mic or is the headset moving? Mic?
So I would have.
Let's do the headset because we're gonna get feedback.
Or we can have it turn off the headset and then pass it. Either way.
Probably easiest. Yeah.
Speaking, you can check the mic off. Yeah. Keep the mic.
Yeah, you can leave it on.
No, leave it on. Just put it up next to your mask. So let's listen.
Yeah, right up, okay. It's Alafaya Day. What an auspicious day or night for all of us.
A little bit louder, please.
The night of the Buddha's conception. There are many, many stories around this. One of them concerns Queen Maya having a dream after having spent a beautiful, auspicious day doing very good meritorious deeds, donating lots of silver, performing services. She laid down and had a rest, and she had a dream. And in this dream, the 4 devas of the 4 points of the earth transported her up to the Himalayas, and they bathed her in the lake. And then they escorted her to a cave. And there she was approached by a white elephant with 6 tusks. The elephant circumambulated her on her right side. Then he, with a white, some say lily, some say lotus, he bowed down and entered or pierced her on her right side. In one version, that is the conception of the Bodhisattva, the Buddha to be. when the queen awoke from this dream, she then told King Sudana, and he called all the priests and Brahmins and soothsayers to find out the meaning of this dream. He invited them all to a big feast, and they then did predict that she was pregnant and was carrying a child, a son, who would either be a monarch, a great monarch, or if he renounced the world, a highly enlightened being. There are different versions. Some say that when the Bodhisattva did come down from the Tusita realm into Queen Maya's womb, that he did arrive as a completely formed small child, that he did not need any nourishment from her body. And, other versions say that that he did have indeed a natural conception. I believe the Pali Canon says that he had a natural conception and a natural pregnancy. I don't know. But regardless of the circumstances of his conception, when it did come down, he did choose to take birth in a woman. He did choose as the last birth to be born of a woman as a human being, to uplift humanity, to guide humanity, to show them the way. And regardless of how his body was conceived, his teachings do live on long after the body has died off. And for that, we are eternally grateful for these teachings that nourish and sustain us to this day. Sadhu.
Can you turn off the mic? Yes. Oh, thank you. Sadhu. It's off? It's off. Try again. Sadhu. 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 Okay. So thank you very much, Anumodana Seminary Dhammadharani, for sharing with us the story of the Buddha's, the Bodhisattva's descent into the womb on this Asala full moon day. And now the next story connected with this full moon day that we're going to be remembering and hearing about is that of the Bodhisattva's great going forth. Abhineshkamana or Abhinekama, the leaving of the palace and the going forth as a seeker. I'd like to invite our next speaker, Dhamma speaker, who would like to speak, offer some thoughts and words of Dhamma about that.
So we've just heard about the conception of the Bodhisattva and how there was the prediction that he would either be a great king, the wheel-turning monarch, or would renounce the world and go forth and be the great spiritual leader and guide and teacher that we know today. And so then the next part of the story is how that decision was made. How did it come to be that he went forth? And this is perhaps one of the most famous stories in Buddhism. The story of the young prince Siddhartha going out into the world and seeing the four sights, the four heavenly messengers of the aging person and the sick person and the dead body, and having the insight that those things were things that could happen to him as well, and would happen, even not any question about it, whether he's a wheel-turning monarch or not. He grew up, in ideal circumstances, more or less. In that time, he was from a prominent, wealthy family. He was the, beloved son and heir. He had the beautiful wife and the
the beautiful young child who was born shortly before his going forth. But he was able to see that even if he had all of those things, and more than that, he was said to be very, physically attractive. He was intelligent. He was skillful at all the things that a young prince should be skillful at. He had all of these things, and yet going out into the world and seeing that these things did not allow him to escape from aging, sickness, and death. And yet he saw, in addition to those three things, he saw a fourth sight, the fourth heavenly messenger, which was the ascetic, the holy person who had gone forth from the household life and who had a demeanor of peace, who seemed composed, who seemed calm, who seemed worthy of respect. And the idea occurred to the Bodhisattva, maybe there's another way. Maybe there's a way that's not this same way of going through life, however beautiful, however lovely, and then coming to the end. Maybe there's another way. And so he made the choice to go away from his family, from his kingdom, from all of this. And there's many stories about this, about some of them having sneaking out in the middle of the night with just his horse and his charioteer. And even then, after a certain point, he sends them back and he cuts off his hair. And, there's the story that he throws the hair up in the air and it's caught by the devas, who, even if the family doesn't understand yet, the devas know that there's something right and good going on here, and they're celebrating. This is the point of, not the very beginning of the path. The path began long ago, but there's a point of making a change and going forth and stepping onto the path more fully. And that's worthy of celebration. So he went away and he walked that path, and we celebrate on other days the culmination of his awakening. We came together at Vesak a couple months ago and celebrated that part. But I feel happy to talk about this renunciation part. This is so much at the core of monastic life and what we're doing here. And let's see, what do I want to say? I want to say that the Buddha came back to his family at the end. Sometimes people are sad that he went away. His parents were sad. They feel sad that his son grew up for 7 years without his father present. But the Buddha did find the other way. He found that fourth sight and that path. And when he found that, when he was done, when he completed his task, that's when he was able to go home and be again with his family and show them the way as well. And he continues to show all of us the way up to this day. So this is one piece of the story, and it's what we're doing here in monastic life. And I appreciate that and feel inspired by that. And yes, when he went forth, he made the vow not to return until he had found the deathless. So we know that he succeeded, and we can all follow him in that vow, and we can know that there is a possibility of success if we just follow the same way. So that's that.
Is that one off?
It's off.
Okay.
The camera one is off.
be able to turn it back.
Right now? Okay.
You click it once, the button.
You're getting some blessings of the wind.
Uh-huh. Okay. Yes, good now. So I just wanted to say sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. I think these stories have their miraculous elements to them. And perhaps especially for Western, like rational Western people, it can be hard to understand or know how to receive or understand the miraculous elements. And also, I find for myself that there's so much in these stories that also just deeply speaks to our human condition and our human hearts, that it's easy to feel so much empathy and so much resonance with and appreciation for. So having gone forth, we know the story. Then as Samanera and Kachayana said, then there was the Great Awakening, which we celebrated 7 weeks ago at the time of Vesak. And then 7 weeks after the Great Awakening, then comes the next part in our story. So I'd like to invite our next Dhamma speaker to speak about that.
So finally, we return again to the Dhamma Chakkapavatana, the turning of the wheel of Dhamma, which is perhaps the most famous part of Dhamma Day, symbolized here by the jeweled, brightly shining, beautiful Dhamma wheel that we see over the altar. And perhaps symbolized in the story about how the Buddha, after attaining his awakening, was spending a certain amount of time in gratitude, sitting at the foot of the trees, enjoying the bliss of his awakening. And then the god Sahampati came to him and said, Venerable Sir, there are beings in this world that have only a little dust in their eyes. And if they would only hear the right word of the Dhamma, the right explanation, they would be able to wake up. And so, based on that request, the Buddha then put his eye around the world to find who would be the right person to offer this teaching to. I'm no Buddha and I'm no highly attained person, but I experience this every time there's a chance to speak about the Dhamma with people. It's really not much good to be sitting in a room or sitting in a cave enjoying the bliss of attainment, whatever wisdom or awakening one has attained. But when there is the discussion about the Dhamma, I gain so much benefit from the people who are listening and from the questions that they ask and by the observations that they give back, which is reflecting their understanding. So these words that we use are pointing to a truth, which is far beyond human words. And yet somehow there is something that is co-created in this interaction between the mouth of the Buddha and the ears of the listeners of his first disciples that were hearing this teaching. This is the thing that happened. Somebody heard some words that were pointing to an experience of awakening, full awakening, obtaining the deathless, obtaining the end of this round of dukkha that's been going on since the beginningless time, and seeing that there is an end of this dukkha and there's a way there's a way of practice that can go there. And so really the most, well, there are two very interesting things on the Dhammacakkappavattana Sutta. One is that it's such a clear outline of the essential fundamentals of this path of practice of the truth that we know and the way to practice to get there, so that almost anything that you read in any sutta, or if you read any book, or if you hear from any teacher something and they're saying the Buddha taught this, and you're wondering, did he really teach it? You could compare it with the outline given in the Dhammacakkappavattana Sutta, and there's a very good chance you could see there where any idea that we come across in this Dhamma fits into the whole pattern of the teaching. So it's most useful to us as an outline of understanding from the very first baby steps that one may take in acquiring the Dhamma by facing reality and accepting the truth of dukkha, by giving up on the extremes of either luxurious living or self-torture, by then coming to this truly, it's a kind of like a, it changes the entire paradigm of life. Once you catch a hold of the second and third noble truths, once you understand that the cause of dukkha is not because of bad people, it's not because of misfortune, it's not because of bad circumstances, it's not even because of being a human being, but it's because of this tendency of the mind towards craving and clinging, which is leading us ever onwards, going from life to life. And once we catch a hold of that deep insight, and then anytime we are in pain, anytime it hurts, one can say, well, what am I holding on to? What am I craving? What am I dissatisfied with? And find out about it. And also that one can experience the letting go. This is what we were talking about earlier this morning in the panel about Chittanupassana, is that there are many, many moments. Somebody said 20 moments a day, maybe 1,000 moments a day, when there's an opportunity to notice this state of mind that has either picked up something, some experience, and starting to hold on to it with craving, or else the mind has encountered some experience and not holding on to it with craving, having a relationship of freedom in connection to our experiences. So this is the one of the things we love in the Dhammacakkappavattana, is that it's a really good outline of Buddhism. But from a story point of view, or from the human point of view, in the history of the world, it is this occasion where the fully enlightened Buddha, who had rediscovered this truth by himself, then was able to place it into words and to convey it, to find the right listeners who would be able to understand and to convey it to them in a way that Bhante Anya Kundanya heard, digested it for himself, and came to his own insight that everything that comes into existence must also cease. And with that, the Devas at all the different levels of heaven have been waiting for a long time, wishing and waiting for the day when finally this teaching would be given and the Dhamma would be reawakened in the world after how many eons between the lives of the two of our Buddha and the previous Buddha, and they have been longing and wishing for this, and finally they heard and saw. One of the heavenly devas saw this. This has come to be, that the torch has been passed. A human being has become awakened, and now it's possible from now on for humans to remember the teaching that was given 2,600 years ago. And we have the possibility for this sasana to continue to live and to go on, and for persons to continue to awaken. So the story, what may even seem like a fairy tale or something about the devas shouting and rejoicing and dancing and sending lightning and sending thunder and all of that, the story is very important. It's not just a philosophy class, but it is something that comes to the heart and makes our heart become tender and open and able to receive the teachings. So sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. This is what we learn.
Would you mention Anya Kondai?
I mentioned Anya Kondai.
You did? Okay.
Okay. So sadhu, 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 anumodami. Thanks very much to Venerable Dhammadharini for sharing with us about the meaning and the reason that the Dhammachakka Pavatana Day got this name, why it's named the Dhamma Day. So I think that many of you have heard this story before, and you're familiar with the story then of the Buddha turning the Dhamma wheel and then showing that he is capable of teaching, and then Anya Kondanya, one of the 5 bhikkhus, then opening his Dhamma eye, gaining true vision of Nibbana, plunging into the noble stream of the deathless, and then the rejoicing going through the Deva realms. You're familiar with that, and we just heard about that. I'm not sure how many of you also know this story. Let's see, I'll ask you afterwards how many of you have heard it before. Because according to the legends and the traditions passed down in the Pali text tradition, then not only did Anya Kondanya open his Dhamma eye on this Asadha full moon day, one other person did as well. And that person was a woman. She was Kali of Kururagara. Kururagarika, Kali Kururagarika, or Kururagarya, Kali. So at this time, this full moon, then Kali was pregnant, and she was in the end of her 10 months of pregnancy. So she's very fully pregnant. And she had gone from her home with her husband and her husband's family to her maternal home in Rajgir or Rajagriha for her pregnancy. That is to give birth in her maternal home. And so she had gone up then in the evening. On the upper story, there's something called the lion's cage. And the lion's cage was not for animals. It's just the name of a kind of a balcony. Sinha Panjara. So this is the area for the people to go out on their balcony in the evening then to get fresh air from the upper story. So Kali was a meditator, and she went out there then in the last days, in fact, last hours of her pregnancy, she went out there to meditate. And she must have been a kind of especially deep meditator, because she was prone to being able to see and hear heavenly beings or non-human beings in her meditation. And so when this happened, the story that Ayasopana was just telling us, when the cry is resounding through the Deva realms, then she was meditating, and then she heard 2 non-human beings. One is from the Himalayas and the other is from the 7 hills, then Satagiri and Hima something. Himagata, Himajata. Then they were excitedly communicating then about the Buddha's first teaching, what they had just heard directly, because as the Buddha was teaching, as Ayasobana said, then the divine beings started to get word of this, gather around, the word is going through the heavenly realms. So she, being a powerful meditator in this way, then heard. She perceived and she heard this. Also, I wonder sometimes, because sometimes the women at the very last week or last days of their pregnancy, also sometimes they get psychic, really psychic, like able to see different realms of existence, and people wonder, are they crazy or this? But I just wonder, because she's just in the very end of her pregnancy, and also she's a meditator. And so then she heard these two non-human beings communicating the Buddha's first teaching. And due to her extraordinary parami, when she heard that, even secondhand, she also, according to the traditions, opened her Dhamma eye. And it's important to keep in mind that she was pregnant with a mature infant who was about to be born at that time. And the baby's name came to be Sona. So then mom had the Sotapanna experience just at the very end of her pregnancy. Can you imagine? Because when we have big aha experiences, if you've ever had a realization, you know it's not only mental, not only psychological, not only intellectual, but your whole body opens up and like comes open and alive in a kind of amazing way. You can feel your heart open. You can feel the weight come off your shoulders and your chest. You can feel your whole body change. So she had this just in the last hours of her pregnancy. She became a stream enterer. And then not long after, then her baby, whose name came to be Sona, was born. And then as it turned out, Sona had a strong appreciation and a strong affection or kind of karmic association with one of the Buddha's disciples, Mahakachana, who was foremost in expounding the Dhamma. And then Sona later on entered the monastic life and became an Arahanta. So I wanted to share her story with you. In fact, she was best friends with another woman who also became one of the leading disciples of the Buddha. So this is not only the story of the stream entry of Anya Kondanya on this full moon day, but also the story of Maha Upasika Kali, of Kurura Garika. Kururagara is in Avanti, and it means the osprey's haunt. Now it's the Malwa Plateau, and she was in Rajgir, Rajagriha. And so I'd just like to share with you, I don't know if these words in Pali will be meaningful to you or not, but Arya Savika Kali, Kururagarika, was spoken of by the Buddha as his Etadaga, means foremost or leader amongst his Upasika disciples in Anusavana Pasana. So that means having been delighted by hearing the Anusavana. So now you are also hearing the story of this teaching secondhand. So you could be Kali as well, potentially, right? Because the Anusavana means that she's hearing it not directly from the Buddha, but from someone else who's telling what the Buddha said. Then in the Pali text, it said that Kali of Kururagarika is first and seniormost in our Buddha Gautama's dispensation among the Arya Savikas, the women who have entered the noble path, the stream of awakening. In Pali, this is Sabha Matukamana Antare Patamaka Sotapanna Sapa Jetika. And she was the devoted friend and constant companion of another great woman disciple of the Buddha, Katyayani, who is also highly accomplished and praised by the Buddha. So this is one more full moon, Asala full moon anniversary story to share with you for our remembrance, our commemoration, our appreciation, and our celebration today. And now I understand that one of our monastics is going to offer the last of the 5 great meanings of our Dhamma day today. This is the meaning of the coming into the world of the Noble Triple Gem.
Hello. Hey, good afternoon, Venerable Bhikkhuni Sangha and friends. So my job is to finish this out with talking about the arising of the Triple Gem. Right? This is something that our born Buddhist friends, our Sri Lankan friends, learned from very young age, right? To pay refuge in the Buddha, Dhamma, and the Sangha. It's a very important aspect of being a Buddhist practitioner. And the reason being is because we call it our refuge, correct? Right? If you look up the term, the Pali word anicca, right, which people normally consider to be impermanence, right? There's other definitions there for that word: unstable and undependable. Right? So the Buddha is telling us everything in this conditioned existence is unstable, undependable, and not a refuge. You can't take refuge in your body. You can't take refuge in your spouse or your family. Why? Because things change. People change. You lose people, right? You can't take refuge in your car forever. It breaks down, right? So this is the great irony that I call it. When you go for refuge to the Buddha, Dhamma, and Sangha, you're going for refuge to the fact that there is no refuge. This Dhamma is the only refuge, right? And I want to start with the Dhamma as I go through, because after the Buddha was awakened, the Buddha said, you know, it's very good to pay respects to somebody above you, right? It's very good, humbling thing to pay respects. And the Buddha said, he looked around and he said, well, I don't see anybody in the world who's greater than the Tathagata. So I will pay respects to this Dhamma, right? So in that vein, we'll talk about the Dhamma first, right? What are the qualities of the Dhamma? Right? We have sanditiko, directly visible. Although when we talk about the Buddha, we'll see that it's not really directly visible to everybody all the time, is it? Right? Akaliko, unaffected by time. The Buddha tells us that whether the Tathagata exists in the world, there are these fixed laws of Dhamma. First is that everything, all conditioned things are anicca, impermanent. Second is all conditioned things are dukkha. And the third is all Dhammas are not self, right? So even though there might not be a Buddha, it doesn't mean that the Dhamma doesn't exist or that these principles of the universe are not there. It's just that we don't know about them. We're in darkness, right? Ehipasiko, calling one to come and see. Right? The Dhamma is right there for us to see.
but it's hard. That's why we needed the Buddha to help us. Opanayako, leading onwards. It leads us onwards to awakening, right? So that's this Dhamma. And the Buddha, it is such a, when you really think about it, when you think about samsara, it's, you have such gratitude for the fact that there are these beings called Buddhas that can come and find the Dhamma for us. Right? Isn't that such an amazing thing? We would be lost without it. And so this Buddha, who you heard the stories, you know the full story here, right? This Buddha was able to find the Dhamma and proclaim it for us. Such a wonderful thing, even though at first he thought, these people in this world, I don't know if they're going to be helped by this Dhamma, right? But he did it. And so because of that, the third aspect, up till the Dhamma Chakrapavattina, the first teaching, there was no third refuge. There was no Sangha, right? When we talk about the Sangha in the refuge, we talk about the Arya Sangha, right? So after Dhamma Chakrapavattina Sutta, both Anya Kandanya and Kali became the first Arya Sangha, right? Arya Sangha is men and women who have attained at least the first level, at least Sotipanna, right? So if you have attained at least stream entry, then you're part of the Arya Sangha. And so we respect these beings, these wonderful beings who have followed the path, right? For a lot of us, it's very hard to kind of connect with the Buddha, because especially we feel like the Buddha is, the Buddha was this human being, right? He wasn't born awakened. He wasn't born with all these high, well, actually, yes, he was born with from previous lives. But what I'm trying to say is, it's hard for us to connect to the Buddha, but it's much easier to connect to, this bhikkhuni, this bhikkhu, right? Or this person who followed this path. They're like my role model. I can follow them, right? So this is a wonderful thing to understand, the importance of this Arya Sangha, right? And so after Dhamma Chakrapavattina Sutta, you have the two Sotipannas, but then the Buddha's next teaching, right? The discourse on not self, Anatta Lakkhana Sutta. At the end of that teaching, then it ends with, there are 6 arahants in the world. Right? And then in the monastic Vinaya, shortly after that, you have the story of Yasa. Right? Yasa is a young, popular boy in the town, lots of friends, and he meets the Buddha and he becomes awakened. And all of a sudden, all his friends in the town start to want to go to the Buddha and become awakened. And the townspeople didn't like this. They called Buddha the sun stealer. Because imagine all these sons decided to leave and become monastics, right? But it was after that Buddha said there were 60 arahants, and the Buddha said at that point, go forth for the good of the many folk. Not 2 of you in one direction. Go forth and proclaim this Dhamma. Right? And from there, we have the growth of the Fourfold Assembly and the growth of this teaching as it is spread throughout the world. So this is a wonderful thing to understand, this birth of the full triple gem, the full refuge, this Dhamma that is everlasting, this Buddha Gautama in our time, who has found the Dhamma and proclaimed it, and those who have followed this teachings and have led to fruition. So with that, friends, I will end my talk.
Now we come to the end of
Now we come to the end of this time of Dhamma sharing from our monastic community on the 5 great meanings of this full moon day that we call the Dhamma day. And now we have time for chanting together the Dhammacakkappavattana Sutta, the Buddha's first teaching. My understanding is that Venerable Bhikkhuni Sobhanachari will be leading us in chanting the Dhammacakka together. Everyone is welcomed and invited to join together in that. I'm going to be handing the headset with the mic over to her for leading up the Dhammacakkappavattana Sutta chanting. And I'd like to invite, you can bring the table and collect all of the bags and cloths and everything on the table right in front here. Share the books out with everyone who would like to join in the chanting together. Now is the time to enormously bless this monastery and bless this whole area for the entire 90 days, 3 months of the Vasa. All the people around here, and also we wish that no fire comes in this area. We want everyone to be safe here, and also to think in our minds about the forest hermitage, our forest land. Also think about blessing with the Buddha's teaching, blessing the forest and all the living beings and all the monastics who will be there, all of our neighbors. Just think in your mind about spreading out and sharing out these powerful blessings together as we offer this chanting of the Dhammacakka and turning the Dhamma wheel for launching our practice, entering into the Vasa.
Chant the invitation to the devas. Who will chant the invitation to the devas? Now it's the China, will you chant the invitation to the devas? Okay. Monday, would you like to chant the invitation to the devas? You can?
Oh, I have the other mic.
Would you please, yes.
In this book. This is in this book. All right. I know.
Mala, do you know the invitation to the devas? Would you like to?
Yeah.
Yes? Yes.
Yes, that's the one.
Mic for, please, Kamala.
Is that what you did? No.
Yes.
That's it?
Yes.
Online?
Yes. But you can chant just that part, or it starts out Samanta Chakawalesu Atra Kachantu Devataha. Any language is okay. Just from your heart is okay. Okay, awesome. Start with Namo Tassa.
Are we ready?
Yes. No, after he.
Samanta Chakkavalesu
Atra gachantu devata Saddhamang muni rajasa Santo sagga mokkadang Ayang badangta Parisedammat samanekalo Ayang badangta Paritedammat samanekalo Ayang badangta Sadhu, sadhu, Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa Iti piso bhagava arahang samma sambuddho Vichacharana sampanno sugato lokavidu Anuttaro Bodhisattva sarati satta deva manusana Bodho Bhagavati Svakato Bhagavata Brahmo Sanditiko Akariko Ehipasiko Panayiko Pachatam Veditamo Vinyodhi Sukatipanno Bhagavato Savaka Sangho Sukatipanno Bhagavato Savaka Sangho Nyaya Patipanno Bhagavato Savaka Sangho Samichi Patipanno Bhagavato Savaka Sangho Yadidam Chattari Purisa Yugani Yata Purisa Purgadaya Esa Bhagavato Savaka Sangho Ahuneyo Pahuneyo Dakineyo Anjali Karaniyo Anuttaram Punya Ketam Lokasati Evam Mesutam Ekam Samayam Bhagavan Varanasiyam Viharati Kesikotame Mikataye Tatrako Bhagava Panchavadiye Bhikkhu Amantesi Dve me bhikkhave anta bhavachite manasevitava Yo chayam kame sukham sukhalikanu yoko Ino kammo potunjaniko anariyo anatasanito Yo chayam attakilamatanu yoko Dukko anariyo anatasanito Ete bhikkhave urohante anupamma majjhima patipada tathagatena abhisambuddha Chakkukarani jnanakarani upasamaya abhinaya sambuddhaya nimanaya samvadati
Kathamo jasa bhikkhave majjhima patipada tathāgatena abhisambuddha cakkhukarani jnanakarani upasamaya abhinyaya sambuddhaya nibbānaya samvāti. Atthangiko maggo seratidang sammaditi samma sankappo samma vaca samma kammanto samma ajivo samma vayamo samma sati samma samadhi. Ayamko sabhikkhave majjhima patipada tathāgatena abhisambuddha cakkhukarani jnanakarani upasamaya abhinyaya sambuddhaya nibbānaya samvāti. Idamko panabhikkhave dukkham ariya sacca jati dukkha jara dukkha maranam dukkha sukha parideva dukkha domana supayasa dukkha Piyeti samprayogo dukkho piyeti vipayogo dukkho yampi chandapati kampi dukkha sankirtena panchukatana kanta dukkha idam ko panabhikkhave dukkha samudayo ariya sacca Dhyayam tanha pono bhavikana dhiraga sakata tatra vinandini seyatidam kamatanha bhavatanha vibhavatanha idam ko panabhikkhave dukkha nirodha pariya sacca Yotasaya tanhaya asesa viraga nirodo Jago patinisako mutiranayo Idam ko panabhikkhave dukkha nirodha kamini patipada ariya sacca Ayameva hariyo atthangiko maggo seratidam sammaditi samma sankappo samma vaca samma kammanto samma ajivo samma vayamo samma sati samma samadhi. Idam dukkam ariya sacchanti me bhikkhave pumbe anano sute sudhammesu cakkhum udapari jnanam udapari panya udapari vijja udapari aloko udapari cakkhum paridam dukkam ariya saccam Harinyayanti me bhikkhave pumbe anano sute sudhammesu cakkhum udapari jnanam udapari panya udapari vijja udapari aloko udapari cakkhum panidam dukkam ariya saccam Harinyayanti me bhikkhave pumbe anano sute sudhammesu cakkhum udapari jnanam udapari panya udapari vijja udapari aloko udapari Udapadi Idam dukkha samudayo ariya sacchanti me bhikkhave pube ananusute sudhammesu chakkhum udapadi jnana udapadi panya udapadi vicha udapadi aloko udapadi upanidam dukkha samudayo ariya saccam bhatapanti me bhikkhave ube ananusute sudhammesu chakkhum udapadi jnanam udapadi panya udapadi vicha udapadi aloko udapadi Upanidam dukkha samudayo ariya saccam bhatimanti me bhikkhave ube ananusute sudhammesu chakkhum udapadi jnanam udapadi panya udapadi vicha udapadi aloko udapadi Idam dukkha nirodho ariya sacchanti me bhikkhave pube ananusute sudhammesu chakkhum udapadi jnanam udapadi panya udapadi vicha udapadi aloko udapadi upanidam dukkha nirodho ariya saccam satipatthana me bhikkhave pube ananusute sudhammesu chakkhum udapadi jnanam udapadi panya udapadi vicha udapadi aloko udapadi upanidam dukkha nirodho ariya saccam satipatthana me bhikkhave pube ananusute sudhammesu chakkhum udapadi jnanam udapadi panya udapadi vicha udapadi aloko udapadi Idam dukkha nirodhakamini patipada ariya sacchanti me bhikkhave pube ananusute sudhammesu chakkhum udapadi jnanam udapadi panya udapadi vicha udapadi aloko udapadi upanidam dukkha nirodhakamini patipada ariya saccam bhatapanti me bhikkhave pube ananusute sudhammesu chakkhum udapadi jnanam udapadi panya udapadi vicha udapadi aloko udapadi upanidam dukkha nirodhakamini patipada ariya saccam bhavitanti me bhikkhave pube ananusute sudhammesu chakkhum udapadi jnanam udapadi panya udapadi vicha udapadi aloko udapadi
Yavakiram chame bhikkhave
ime se chaturasya sattesu evanti parivatang dvadasakaram yatha bhutang jnanakasanam nasu visuddham ahosi Devatavaham bhikkhave sadevake loke samarake sabrahmake sansa samana brahmaniya pacaya sateva manusaya anutaram samma sambodhi abhisambodho pacanyasi.
Yato chako me bhikkhave ime
Suchatu suariya sachesu evanti parivatanda sakarang yatha bhutang jnanadasanam suvisudang mahosi. Ataham bhikkhave sateva loke samarake sabramake sasamana brahmaniya pacaya sadeva manusaya anutarang samma sambodhi abhisambodho pacanyasi.
Jnanam
Chapanamedasanang udapadi akupame vimoti ayanti natitani punabhavoti. Ucha bhagava atamana panchavadhiya bhikkhu bhagavato asitang abhinandum imasmin japanaveya karmasmin manyamane ayasmato kundanya savirajam vitamalan dhammachakum udapari yang kinci samudaya dhammam sabantang virodha dhammati.
Avachite Bhagavata
Dhammachake Pumadeva Sadamanusa Vesam Etam Bhagavata Varanasiyam Nisipatane Nikataye Anuttarang Dhammachakram Bhavatitam Apativatiyam Samanena va Brahmanena va Devena va Maharena va Brahmana va Kena Chiva Lokasmiti. Umanam Devanam Satam Sutva Chatumaharajipa Deva Sadamanusa Vesam Chatumaharajipanam Devanam Sadam Sutva Tavatim Sadeva Sadamanusa Vesam Tavatim Sanam Devanam Sadam Sutva Yama Deva Sadamanusa Vesam Yamanam Devanam Sadam Sutva Tusita Deva Sadamanusa Vesam Tusitanam Devanam Sadam Sutva Nimanarati Deva Sadamanusa Vesam Nimanaratinam Devanam Sadam Sutva Paranimikavasavati Deva Sadamanusa Vesam Paranimikavasavati Devanam Sadam Sutva Pranaparipa Deva Sadamanusa Vesam Evam Bhagavata Varanasiyam Nisipatane Mikataye Anuttarang Dhammachakram Bhavat ติตังอัปปติวาติยังสมณเณนะวะพรามเณนะวะเทเรนะวะมาเรนะวะพรามนาวะเกนะจิวะโรคัสมินอิทิหัตเตนะคะเนนะเทนะโมโหเทนะยาวะพระมโรกัสสะโตอะบุญกัสสิอายังจะตัสสะหัสสิโลกัตถุสังฆัมปิสัมปะคัมปิสัมภเวทิอะระมะโนชะโอระโยโอภาโสโลเกปัจจุระโหติอธิคัมเมวะเทวะนังเทวานุภาอัตถโคภะคะวะอุทานังอุทาเนสีอัญญาสิวัตโภคุณัญโยอัญญาสิวัตโภคุณัญโยทีอิติตังอายาสมัตโตคุณัญญาสะอัญญาคุณัญโยเววรามันอาโหสิติธัมมจักขปวัตตนสุตตังนิติตังสาธุสาธุสาธุ I think now is the time for our groundbreaking for the Dhanasa. Because Lal has already shared words for inspiring generosity.
If those yellow papers could be handed around, please.
But also, I'd like to ask if someone assistant could please take the table and place all of the bags and cloth offerings onto the table in the center of the board. People can come to be front and center, and all the bags can go onto the table and the cloth as well. And Janaka, now is the time to bring out the golden shovel.
I didn't get a golden shovel. We have different shovels. They couldn't find any.
Oh.
Yeah, we have different shovels.
Okay, then we'll take turns with the two shovels.
Yeah.
Tanya Vinoti, do you know where the two shovels are? I saw one of them out. Do you know where two of them are? The new ones.
Yes, that would be wonderful. If I have a mic, I will invite you to do that. I'm noticing the yellow paper here, so we're not just chanting, sprinkling water and chanting. I notice there's no pot of water here. Where? Oh, does it have water in it? Yes. I see. Okay. Normally that would be put with string. Everyone would be holding during the time of the chanting of the Dhamma. For this having less water, then we'll be walking around just over and over again, walking around and drinking. But we can with this also.
Everyone's chanting this one.
So Shobhana is going to say a few words of introduction to our Dhanasala groundbreaking.
Do you have the mic?
And just getting my legs to wake up before.
May I stand for a minute while speaking?
Certainly, I.
Thank you.
The only thing is I think that I can wear my own glasses to read, but also
I think we know this pretty much.
Give me 1 second. I have to.
Dear friends, I'm just standing because my legs have been sitting for a long while. So
I wait just a moment and let us get the camera. So you're
Okay.
We'll have the camera. The camera is to your left here, and so we want to have that set up so you can be on the camera.
Okay. Oh, so much more comfortable to be in a different posture.
You don't want to stand, right? It's fine.
And the camera is not at the right level for standing.
It can be. One second. I think it's good on RA.
Is it okay?
Ivana, so it's just for me to adjust. 1 second.
Okay. Yes.
Yeah.
Dear friends, here in the corner, we see two lovely shovels. And over here, we see a whole pile of beautiful donors and supporters who have been part of bringing this Dhammasala towards its completion. This project started last fall. It was something that Ayatollah had an inspiration for, but with many things in life, if the moment is not right, or if the idea is not just right for the moment, it sits there and it doesn't start to fly. But with the mention of the possibility of creating a Dhammasala structure here at this monastery, the interest, support, and enthusiasm of the donors came along so quickly, so naturally, and so beautifully that this project was able to quickly gather enough support to be able to happen. Now, the community took a long time thinking and pondering about what model to choose for the kit that's going to be this Dhammasala. You might have seen a picture in the website of the model of the kit that's going to be coming along. So very soon, in the coming weeks, a contractor is going to come. He's going to place strong, solid feet for our Dhammasala. He's going to place a lovely redwood deck for our Dhammasala. And then a few weeks after that, a kit will come along. It's being manufactured in a factory out of wood. And the kit will be coming up in just maybe 1 day or 2 days. So after all these many months of incubation, we can see that the baby will be born. And then in the future, especially with the uncertainty about the pandemic or what might happen, we'll have the possibility that families can come who wish to offer, who wish to worship, who wish to speak with the bhikkhunis, and they will have a nice, shady, breezy, comfortable, and dignified space, which will be a sanctified space, both for Dhamma discussions and for groups to come for meditation, for groups to come individually to offer. And so this is what will be a benefit to us for many years to come. My only idea about the procedure is we have this water that's been getting charged up with our chanting. And while the donors begin to open up the 2 spots where those pillars and those flowers are, those are the first 2 legs of our Dhammasala. We invite you to move the pillar and the plant a little bit to the side, pick up the piece of tile, which is marking the exact spot, and then just poke the ground and cut an opening in the ground where that pillar is going to be going.
What should they have in their mind when they do that?
Well, I do have an immediate request, which is for protection. All of us enjoy safety. We would rather not have disasters. And so I would like for nothing bad to happen to the contractor who's building this Dhammasala. I would like him to have nothing but good luck and to experience a lot of success and joy in the process of doing this work. And then subsequently,
would you like to introduce the friend who's here? Would you like to introduce the friend who's here?
John. Okay. John Redibold has been a friend of Dhammadharini for many years. He was involved with the creation of the Bodhi House down in Fremont. I saw the pictures. And he was involved in digging the very first outhouse at the Aranya Bodhi Hermitage. I think he was also involved together with Lau with finding the water. I don't know if you were there that day or not.
No, I found the water.
So John has been working in the South Bay for many years, and now he's moved up to the Lake Tahoe area and has a little more time than he had before, and he's very generously offered to be our expert volunteer. I won't say a leader, but at least a volunteer mentor and facilitator for this project and other projects to come. Not only is he a licensed contractor, but he has family who are also licensed contractors right here in Sonoma County in Petaluma. And so any contractor who wants to do less than they ought to do would realize that word gets around, and they better make their very best effort when they're doing something that's involved with the Redibold family.
We're lucky to have Ed Story as a contractor on the project who lives in Pembroke.
Yes. So Ed Story is not here today, but he's going to be coming here in the next few days. He's just waiting for this blessing so that he can start his work. Please think about sharing the blessings and the result of this project with all those who you care about and who you love. So this is a very big merit. So let the merits be shared far and wide for the benefit of everyone.
And for the donors, I think we need to think of them.
Yes, for all of those who have donated. You have the list with you. I'm going to remember the list of them now.
The 108 donors?
Yes. 110.
110 donors. I don't.
Maybe no, 113.
I don't have it with me.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay. Well, we'll just keep all of them. Everyone who's contributed in mind. And in terms of groundbreaking, I feel like if anyone has like a really kind of strong heart for this path and they wish to advance in the path, some of the teachers say like thinking about, is it like groundbreaking and then like dedicating to people's breakthroughs in the past, being able to advance in the noble path. Also, you can think like that. So protection is good, blessing the donors is good, your other excellent thoughts are good, and also we think about supporting the really deep, excellent practice here in this space, that it be a shelter for this purpose. If you have such an inclination, please welcome to think about that also. Please,
Dear friends, please let the digging begin. And while you begin to do this digging here, the bhikkhunis will begin chanting the Chairatana Parita, just 6 verses from the Ratana Sutta. And we will be coming around and circumambulating the area. And you can all follow and circumambulate the area, chanting along with us the Chairatana Gata, which is on this small paper.
like to join in groundbreaking, you're
Yes,
welcome to.
please take turns. Anyone who has the strength to push a shovel and who has the wish to do so.
And anyone who would like to join in the blessing chanting while we're circumambulating also. So
Yes.
just say, you can mention that the bhikkhunis will not be groundbreaking, but everyone else who's here who would like to participate in groundbreaking is welcome. The bhikkhus and bhikkhunis will not be breaking ground for their precepts, but everyone else who would like to is welcome.
Also, we need to inspect when the Jayamangal Gatha, they should be started.
Oh, the Jayamangala Gatha, when?
Oh, so when do you like to start?
When do you think?
Before?
I think the groundbreaking will go with that.
Groundbreaking with the Jayamangala Gatha.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
And then we can end with the
And then ending with the Ratana. Okay, very good. So who is going to?
This is the group here. You guys want to come to the front?
Okay, so we're going to invite
Kind of take one shovel.
Who can hold a shovel?
No, this is the group doing the.
Oh, you're doing the chanting. Okay. Okay. How will they?
We can rotate it.
How will they be much?
The whole group. Well, we could get a. I could turn that one off, and then I'll get the handheld.
Yeah, I think that's gonna happen underneath the clock. So we just move it now? Or?
Yes.
Move it now?
Yes, now is the time.
We'll wait till they start.
Yes.
Okay. And then, I mean, it's okay. I mean, and then we'll just break. Everybody can come and take turns after that.
Rasika or Mala, would you like to give a little bit of an introduction to what you're doing for the people who don't know? Brief introduction. Surya, do you want to give the introduction?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So the theme here, it is the Sri Lankan tradition that whenever we have a special occasion of a building or any kind of very special event, we always have Jayamangala Gatha as part of this event to bring the blessings of Buddha and Buddha, Dhamma, and Sangha blessings. So therefore, we have decided to chant Jayamangala Gatha. This group here, you can see. So they're going to chant the Jayamangala Gatha.
What does Jayamangala mean? For the people who don't know.
We do for the auspicious time.
Yeah. Jaya means victory. Mangala means blessings.
Victory blessings, yes, correct.
For the auspicious time, exactly.
Yes.
Welcome. Surya, you can chant together. Yes, we want your blessings also.
Sahasramapinim Lidasayudan Irimekalam Udita Gaura Sasenamara Dana Didamma Vidina Jitva Munindo Tante Jasa Bhavatu Te Jaya Mangalani Marati Rekamabayun Gita Sankarantim Goram Panalavakamanka Madandayam Kanti Sudanta Vidina Jitva Munindo Kante Jasa Bhavatu Te Jaya Mangalani Nalagiring Gajavarang Atimanta Bhutang Davangi Chakka Manasaniva Sudarunandang Netam Seta Vidina Jitva Munindo Tante Jasa Bhavatu Te Jaya Mangalani Ungita Maggamati Hatha Sudarunantang Davantiyo Janapatang Gulimalavantang Idhi Visankhatamano Jitva Munindo Kante Jasa Bhavatu Te Jaya Mangalani Padvana Karta Mudarang Ivagambiniya Chintaya Dutta Vachanam Janakaya Manje Sandena Somatina Jitva Munindo Sante Jasa Bhavatu Te Jaya Mangalani Satchang Vihaya Mati Satchana Vadaketum Vada Viropitamana Atiyanda Bhutang Panchapati Pachato Jitva Munindo Tante Jasa Bhavatu Te Jaya Mangalani Nando Pananda Bhujagang Vibhudam Mahindam Kundena Tela Bhushagena Dhammadharanto Indu Pradesa Vidina Jitva Munindo Kante Jasa Bhavatu Te Jaya Mangalani Dukkha Hatiti Bhujagena Sudatta Hatang Brahmang Visuddhi Juti Nidhi Bhakavidalam Jnanalagena Vidina Jitva Munindo Tante Jasa Bhavatu Te Jaya Mangalani Etapi Buddha Jaya Mangala Attagata Yova चको दिन दिने सारते मतन्ति हेत्वाननेक विविधानि सुपद्यवानि मोक्षं सुखं अधिगमय्य नरो सर्वज्ञो.
Thank you very much. It's great. It's long. Thank you very much.
Are you going to make it? My headset Ratina Dhammena Sammatikimpi Idam Me Ratanam Harinam Ekena Sare